So yesterday, we started a section yesterday by laying some foundation, the basics of the real estate business and the industry, talking about the cities we should expect great heights in the real estate industry. We spent some time talking about the industry analysis and how the industry will be doing this year. The growth potential, the economic activities that will likely influence the real estate sector. Because the truth is, if some of the things we think that is affected, because most of the time when you feel like, why are you not selling? You just think maybe it is things or there are things that are around you that are causing that why you are not selling. But most of the time, there are more to why you are not selling. Like yesterday, we looked at some of those reasons we talked about the economy, like using Donald Trump, the US president, or the US economy as an example. Because one of the focus of Donald Trump is that he wants to further strengthen the dollar. The stronger the dollar, the impact it would have on our economy. Because if the dollar keep getting strong and our naira is not also getting strong, which means the gap between the naira will keep increasing. And if that is happening, automatically the purchasing power of people, being a country that is largely dependent on importation, the purchasing power of people will keep dropping, okay? And if the purchasing power of people or family is dropping, automatically it would affect their ability to invest. Because the truth is, people don't start, when they earn, their first focus is not investment. Their first focus is survival, which is food. And that is why the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics came up with a report some time ago that says that in Nigeria, a large percentage of Nigerians spend about 65.5% of their household income on food. The next thing in that equation is transportation. Then the next is, after transportation, is, so we have food, transportation, then one other thing that makes it the third. So the point is, if you are a business person, because some of you here, like I mentioned yesterday, the reason why you are not really selling the way you ought to sell is because some of the clients or intending buyers are not seeing you as someone they should deal with, because they want a holistic person. As a realtor, you don't need to only understand only real estate. You need to understand the subject of investment. Because most realtors, they understand what real estate is about. They understand land titles. They understand different types of land. They understand land measurements. And most of them also understand marketing. But what they fail to understand is investment. So like I remember one of our realtors, our client was asking her, I have bought lands, I have bought houses. What are the other things you would advise me to invest in Nigeria? Sorry?
So that's broad.
Yeah. What other thing do you want me to invest in Nigeria? Because she's based overseas. So that was brought about with, okay, let's look at the other areas where people spend money. Food is another area where people spend, especially for a place like Lagos. The highest place where people spend money, number one, is accommodation. Number two is transportation. And number three is feeding. So, and apart from these are factors we just really need to understand. So the question is, how well are you prepared, and how is the changes in the industry? The political terrain, how is it going to affect you? The economy, how is it going to affect you? The socio-cultural activities, how is it going to affect you? Technology, how is it going to affect you? As for this will make a great impact this year. Your ability to use technology would have a great impact in the real estate sector this year. One of the things I always say, when Landway started, when Wale started Landway, one of the things he was able to use to easily dominate the market at some point, number one, is his technology. Landway is one of the first real estate companies that started all of this era of video presentation, good designs, and all of that. They were one of the people, because as at then, P1 was the major brand name in the real estate sector along these axes. Then when Landway came, you will see their designs. They were all over the internet. They were the first to bring a presenter. I remember the first presenter, one tall, slim lady they had back then that was doing presentation. They were the first to, they invested largely on content creation in the real estate sector. They brought in video creation, professional videographer. Before then, everybody were going to site to hold their phones to do video. But when Landway came into the system, they changed that narrative, and they were able to attract a large portion of both realtors and customers. And one of the things they also did was the fact that while most of the companies were busy still operating at either this or this, Landway started with this. They started development. That was when they launched the Urban Prime 1 and all of that. They started development immediately. Whereas companies like P1 and other brands that were already in existence, we are still busy selling land. So they went on to start development immediately. After, I think, their second or third estate, the next thing is they brought in Urban Prime 1 and started development. So one of the things they did was that they did an immediate allocation in most of their estates. Because before they brought in the estate, most part of it is cleared, most part of it is fenced. So these things help them to dominate the market. So these are things you need to understand in the industry. Then we went on to talk about your goals for the year. Yeah, because like I said yesterday, I didn't really want to go into goal setting in much detail, because I expect that by now, most persons must have already set their goals. But nevertheless, one of the things you need to take note of about it's not enough to just say, I want to make 1 billion naira in sales. You are supposed to break it down. How many units of houses are you going to sell to be able to achieve 1 billion? How many units of land do you need to sell to be able to achieve 1 billion? What is the price range of properties you want to focus on selling? Okay, what asset prices? So in total, how many customers are you expecting to acquire? So when you have, and let's say you want to sell 1 billion. 1 billion. You want to sell 1 billion. That is what you want to sell. Now, for you to sell this 1 billion, maybe you are selling houses and you have houses of 250 million naira inside. You are selling land. You have land of 50 million naira among the things you are selling. So how many land do you need to sell? How many units of... So you need to put all of this into consideration. Then you also need, okay, since I want to sell these ranges, so if I'm able to sell 2 houses of 250 million, I already have 500 million. Then let's say the remaining 500 million is going to be coming from land. So when I say, okay, so if the plot of land I'm selling are in the range of 50 million naira each. So what do I need to do? For me, 500 million divided by 50 million, I'll have an idea of the number of plots I need to sell. And if I have the idea of the number of plots I need to sell, then the next thing is, which will be, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that will be about 10. This is 2. So if I have an idea of this, all right, okay, what next? So what is my number of leads that I need to generate? Let's say in every 100 lead I generate, I'm able to just close even if it's just 2. So if it is 2, that means I need to ask, for me to be able to close this number, it means is that I need to generate certain number of lead. So I also need to come on to say, okay, what is after knowing the number of leads I need to generate, number of sales I need to, transactions I need to have, then the next phase is that I need to also understand the cost of my budget. How much do I need to spend to be able to generate this number of lead? On average, let's say you are spending, let's say you go with the idea of spending 300,000 naira per month. If you go with that idea of that budget, what next do you need to do? So since, okay, 500 million is what, 300,000 is what I'm spending monthly. So if I multiply that, and let's say that 300,000 is giving me approximately 100 leads, or even I think it's always about around 80. If it gives me 80 leads, then, and I'm spending 80 then times maybe 10 months of the year, that is 800, right? So 800 leads. So how many of these do I need to be able to convert? And remember, for me to generate the 80 leads, I was able to spend 300,000. So 300,000 times 10 as well. That will give me an idea of my budget for my ad, which is, I think, is about 3 million naira. So my yearly budget to be able to get this at least is 3 million naira, which I believe is a good investment. If you spend 3 million naira to get 1 billion naira in sales, then let's assume your commission is about even 8%. So 8% of 1 billion, you know this is how you are supposed to break down your sales targets. It's not enough to just say, I want to make so amounts. You have to break it down. That would help how you do your marketing. It will help you to even be focused. And yesterday I also said one of the ways to help you do that is by always keeping record or data of your previous actions or results. And let me show. So for example, let me use real-time data of one of our clients. In 2023, they were able to do, 2024, they were able to do, 2023, they were able to do 500 million in sales. Now, with that 500 million in sales, sorry. Okay. Okay. Not even 500 million, 560 million is what we were able to achieve in sales in 2023, actually. Okay, so now 520 million. The total number of plots they sold is, to be able to achieve this, is 312 plots, total sales. Then, total sales from the in-house team, because they use both Realtors and in-house. Total sales from their in-house team is just 80 million. Then total sales from Realtors, total sales from Realtors is 480. Then total number of Realtors that brought in this 480 is 15. 15 Realtors. Total spent on commission is 76.8 million is what they spent on commission. Total number of plots in their current estate, they didn't give that record because the total number of current Realtors, total number of Realtors they have is 195. Now, now moving to 2024. With this record, this year they ended the year with 6. Am I correct? No, they ended the year with about 8 point something billion naira in sales. 2024. This record was 2023. 2024, they were able to achieve 8 point something billion naira. How were they able to do that? Just with this record. So what we did with them was that since the internal team were able to sell 80 million, internal team selling 80 million, let's look for how to multiply their efforts by 2. So that will give you, so multiply their effort by 2, I think that should be 160 million. Then, we also looked at the internal Realtors, the external Realtors, who sold 480. So, Realtors, 480 is what they sold. So, how do we get to make them increase this amount by 2? That was the next calculation. Then we went on to also look at increasing the price per plot. Increasing the price per plot. So we had 4 elements here. Now, since only 15 Realtors increased the sales, for the Realtors to be able to do this number, we worked on increasing the number of Realtors. So what they focused on last year, throughout the first quarter, the focus was on Realtors recruitment. So they did intensive Realtors recruitment, and the number of the Realtors actually increased. Active Realtors who started making sales increased to 50, even though the target was 30. So if each Realtor still sell that amount, so because if you divide this number by 15, 480 million divided by 15, what that means is that each Realtor sold approximately 32 million naira. So we worked with the Realtor. We had to hold a meeting with the Realtors and ask the existing Realtor, what do we give you? What do we provide you that will help you to sell more? What do you need? Is it knowledge you need? Is it more motivation you need? As at the time they made the previous sale of these amounts, I think they were paying commission of, if I'm not mistaken, their commission was around 10%. So one of the things we did was to increase commission to motivate them. So after increasing commission, the next thing is we now recruit more Realtors. So with the recruitment of more Realtors, the old Realtors, so the target was each person should be able to, the old Realtors, From 32 million, each person is now doing 60-something million and thereabout. And the number of realtors have also increased. So when you sum all of these values together, they were able to do 8-point-something billion naira in sales. So it is always about your ability to have the data. So when an organization invites us and say, okay, Chris, we need a strategy section, consultation section, the first thing we ask for is data. What did you do last year? How much did you spend last year? The internal team that did 80 million previous year, what we did or what they were able to do the next year was even more than, I think it was 200 and something million naira they were able to do. So the idea is, provided you have data, it is easy to focus your next effort. So whatever thing you do, whatever sales you make sure you keep records. Sometimes I ask some realtors, how many customers you have? They say, I don't know. How can you not know the number of customers you have? As a salesperson, that is what will help you. Because if you want to also look inward, okay, among our existing realtors, among our existing customers, how many of them can I get referrals from? So if I get referral of, let's say, I was able to get 15% referral from 15% of my customers. So if I had 100 customers before, and 15% of them are giving me referral, that is already 15 free customers. So keep data. The point is, keep data. Data is what would help you to be able to scale. There is no scaling without data. Okay? So I'm just running through some of the things we did yesterday. Then we moved on to lead generation. And yesterday I said, when we talk about lead, we say leads are not buyers. Lead are potential buyers. That you don't convert lead, rather you convert prospects. So the first thing you do, when you get a lead, what do you really do with the lead? You carry out what we call scoring, lead scoring. What is lead scoring? Lead scoring is the process where you are able to identify whether that person is qualified to buy what you are selling. That is the process of lead scoring. And how are you able to carry out lead scoring? You carry out lead scoring through the process of consultation and asking questions. Okay? So, like I said yesterday, or like the question I asked yesterday, almost every one of us here, if we are given the opportunity, if you are asked, do you need a private jet? Almost everybody will say yes. If you have the opportunity of owning a private jet, almost everybody here will say yes. But that does not mean that you are the ideal customer, or that those who sell, companies who produce or sell private jets will not start expecting you to buy. That does not make you a customer. Okay? That does not mean that organization that sells private jet will start targeting you with an ad. Okay? Because the more expensive an item is, the longer sometimes it takes to sell. That's the reality of things. Sujimoto have been selling his Lucrezia for so many years now. He's not yet sold out. Why? Because one of his apartments can buy 10 or 20 of some of the properties you guys are selling. Because you must also know what we're told that almost 60% plus of the Nigerian population is living below the poverty margin. So, and we are approximately 200 million persons, right? So let's even make the calculation. Because it's all about the data is what would help you. Let's do the calculation. So let's assume it's 60%. And Nigerian population is 200 million, right? So what is 60% of 200 million? Please do the calculation. Nigerian population. 200 million. What is it? 60%? Sorry? 120 million. So that means 120 million cannot buy the properties you are likely selling. Okay? So you remove 120 million because they are living below the poverty line. So 120 million of the Nigerian population. So what is left? 80 million. Sorry? 80 million. Of these, those are the people that will likely have the potential to buy. Right? Now, 80 million of them. Out of the 80 million, not everybody will buy land in Lagos or buy property in Lagos. Not everybody will buy property in the location you are marketing. So let's say out of the 80 million, 10% will not buy. That means you are left with 70 million. Right? Now, let's say among that 70 million, some of them are not going to buy property because either, what's the word? Maybe they have bought before, thank you. They feel they have bought before. So some of them have already invested. Some of them already have people they've been buying from. Sorry? Exactly. So you might just end up having like 30 million left. So this is what everybody's fighting over. So the market is not really as big as you think. So is the entire, you are looking at everybody needs property. It's not everybody that needs property. Only 30 million need the property where they sell. So, and if just 30 million of them needs the property, and in Nigeria currently, if I'm not mistaken, we have more than 2 million realtors. And if you have 2 million realtors, so how many realtors to one person? So, these are things you need to understand. That is why when you acquire one customer, don't market from the angle of just buying land to build house. There is one common statement you guys make. My friend then, Mr. Spark, sack your landlord. He always used the words. When you sack, you buy one land. If it's about sacking landlord, when I buy one plot, it's enough for me to sack my landlord. That means I don't need you again. So when you preach your gospel of real estate, let it be a journey of a long term. So don't make it as a destination of one bus stop. I've bought land. That is all. Make it a journey. And make sure you look at how you can make money from the system. Realtors make more money than some real estate companies. I know real estate companies that the highest they are making, before I started consulting for them, the highest they are making is, okay, let me even use this data of this company. They made 550, 560, not profit as revenue. They paid out how much? They paid out 76.8 million as commission. When you subtract that from the 560 they made, that is only commission. You have not talked about operation, salaries, and other even incentives and all of that. Then, but I have realtors who are making 2 billion naira in sales. Single realtor. Right? I think I even have 5 billion in sales. Now, if a realtor is making this and is getting 10% in commission, how much is it? 200 million. By the time this company calculates their own, do you think they will have up to 200 million left? No. So some realtors are making more money than some so-called developer. So it's not, the hunger should not be about becoming developer by all means, because almost every realtor in Lagos wants to become a developer. So, study the value chain. There is money in the value chain. There is more ways to make money in the value chain without becoming a developer. So, these are things you need to consider, and these are some of the things we looked at yesterday. Then we looked at lead generation and awareness with Facebook and Instagram yesterday. We started by looking at the basis of Facebook and Instagram. Then we started lead generation and so on. So, questions. Okay, we also looked at the value ladder where we say, as you do your marketing, that you should don't expect that, because the truth is, you are selling in Bejuleki now, and that is the end of Lagos. Then maybe Ikorodu and Mowe or Fada, those are the only places left in Lagos to be sold in the area of land. Now, there are realtors who have not started grooming themselves on how to sell secondary properties. The people you sold to, they want to resell. How does that market function? Some realtors don't know. There are still realtors who are finding it difficult to even market houses. They only sell land. So, if the land finish selling the primary market of the virgin land, they finish selling all of them, what next? Will you close shop and say, yes, I've tried, I've finished selling Lagos, congratulations to me? Or will you migrate to a different location? What would you be doing at that point? Those who sold at Ikoyi, what are they currently doing? Because when you set up, as you are doing your marketing, you are either selling to close shop, or you are selling to set up yourself for long-term success. Which of them are you doing? Are you the type that you sell, you collect your commission, and you disappear, and you leave the customer to your tent, oh Israel, to the next? When the customers were calling, or before they bought, before they made payment, you even answer the customer's call in your dreams. But after making payment, you begin to complain. This customer self, it's too like to the call person. Which of them? Because that will determine. Because that person that is, imagine, let's just assume, you have sold your total career, you have been able to sell to about 100 customers. 100 customers. As at the time land finished for Lagos, you have sold to 100 customers. Now, out of these 100 customers, some might want to resell. Out of these 100 customers, some will want to develop. Out of these 100 customers, after development, some will want to rent it out. So, which of these services will you be able to provide? Would you be able to help in the process of development? I was talking to Nero yesterday. She has started this process, development. Can your customers trust you to manage the development process? It is how the sale of land end that will determine whether it will continue to the next phase. Now, let me say this. Design your business for continuity. When we study design thinking as a course or as this thing in school, when you go to, let me use first before I even talk about it, let me use Jumia, Konga, and some of these products. When you buy a laptop or when you add a laptop to cart, it starts bringing out accessories that you can use with or that you will need with that laptop. The first stage is to upsell you. You have bought laptop, you need a laptop bag. As you add laptop to cart, you start seeing laptop bags, hard drive, and other things. And they will tell you that people who bought this also buy this. That is upselling. So they try to upsell you to acquire more. Now, but that is not the end of the equation. Even upselling, yes, upselling is good, but that should not be the end of the equation. You should do what we call, in business model development, what we do is, what is the lifespan of my customer's relationship, my relationship with this customer? At what point will it be terminated? So when you look at the timing, now most of you are terminating, the way you are doing your business, you are terminating the transaction at the sale of land. You have collected your land, let me try and give them a location, get all their document, I have delivered. That is how you end it. But the ideal thing is that you are not supposed to end it there. You are supposed to build the relationship for continuity. Now that you have bought land, when those land appreciate, they should know. And they are not just knowing, you are also letting them know. Wow, congrats. Let's say the person bought a land of 5 million naira from you, and the land now has appreciated to 10 million naira. Wow, congratulations on that property you bought at so time. This is the current value of the property. And imagine if you want to resell, right? This is what you'll be able to get it at. But for now, I will advise you to hold on. Okay? Until when it gets to the point whereby maybe from that amount, that area is now worth 50 million naira. At this point, if for someone who bought maybe 5 plots from you, this person you can now start advising this person for development, that he can sell 1 or 2 to develop the other. Okay? So these are messages you are supposed to have saved on your phone or on your system. You know, okay, every time you're supposed to have an Excel sheet on your system or on Google Drive with which you monitor the progress of customers and their properties. When one customer A, how many customers do I have? Customer A who bought also property at so time, this is the price of the property. What is the value of property in that location? Because most of you even end when the property is sold that you just forget that area. Like somebody I don't know who was telling me that he sold properties and now the customers are here after like 2 or 3 years. They are here to go and see the property physically because they are not based in the country. Now he doesn't even know where the property is located anymore. That he doesn't know where the property is located anymore. So that he needs someone to take him. That he's trying to call people to ask who still know the location of the site and all of that. And I've even seen a real estate company that all the staff that were in that company as at the time they were selling that product are no more. So currently, it's either only the boss that knows the location to that property or in fact, nobody knows the location to the property anymore. So, Realtor can't remember location. All the staff that were there, when you ask them, where is the property, property located? He said, I was not here when that property was sold, so I don't know. So the business are built for no continuity. Your business is supposed to build, you say you are building generational wealth. One generation never pass, you don't know where property is again. So, I imagine when 2 generations come, or 3 generations come, Yet you keep preaching that you are building generational wealth.
So, don't they have their documents?
Documents. And who? Who's? Now those Ibeshileki property that were sold 214, 212, 210.
And most of the companies, they didn't fence.
They didn't fence, they didn't develop, nothing.
With the directive from the government that no more excision in process. So most of the developers, they just left the properties. There's going to be wahala. Big wahala.
My client told me yesterday.
But Mr. Chris, am I
That is the truth now.
big one is coming.
Some realtors will go to prison. Let me make it very clear now. In fact, I know two that are already in prison.
It's true.
No, this is not to frighten you, but this is just the reality of things. So, it's not just about saying, I want to sell. What system are you creating? You need to create a system. That is the point. Create a system for continuity. Because the truth is, at some point, land will sell out. Development would come. Secondary market would come. You that I was calling for my document, you did not respond to me. Is it you that I will call that I want to build? You that I was calling that I'm not in the country, I need location to go and visit the land I bought from you. And you were dodging me because you don't even know where the land is located anymore. Are you the one I'm going to call when I want to resell? So these are things we need to put into serious consideration. Is your business built for continuity? What system, what structure are you building? In case you don't know, in the software development industry, do you know that we are in the second or third generation of the Facebook platform currently? Even the digital platform don't remain forever. After a while, they revamp the entire system, and that is the reason why those who are using a short code or a backdoor to be able to get lead and all of that, after a while, there was a time you could actually bypass the Facebook payment system and run ad. Now all of that is gone. So it is now a new system entirely. So things will not remain forever. So let me design something for you. What is the point of market entry? The point of market entry. Let me use, since we have more ladies here, what is the point of market entry to the baby things market? Point of market entry to baby things. Now, the point of market entry to baby things is hospital. The time you become, the ladies here that are single, that have not given birth, even if you put a lot of advert about baby things, they won't take note of it, because that is not what they are thinking of. It does not hold in their subconscious. But immediately that lady gets to the hospital and they tell her, congratulations, you are pregnant. As she is leaving that place, her antenna becomes so sensitive to anything about baby things adverts. So that is the point of market entry. That is the reason why some of the brands that sell baby things partner with some hospital to do presentation during maternity. Or is it antenatal or maternity, whatever you guys call it. So that's, you see, some of them they partner with those who sell drugs So when you go to most hospitals, you see baby things like diaper adverts and all of that. Some even do what we call a test kit. They go to antenatal to give a test kit to pregnant women. Why? Because that is the point of market entry. At that point of market entry, every information they get, right, shapes their expectations. If in the hospital, during antenatal, they tell you that Hoodie's diaper is the best, you will go home with that mindset of Hoodie diapers is the best. So that would shape your expectation. After the shaping of your expectations, after market entry, come experience. Now, when I used that product, what was my experience as compared to my expectation? So the experience I got, if my experience is more than my expectation, then the brand now cannot, it is at that point they can say they have a customer. Because at this point, they are not yet customers, they are just buying, they are just in the market. That would determine, the experience here would determine whether their next child, they want to use that same product for the next child. So these are things you need to. So I want to become wealthy through investment. My first experience is that I bought land from you. That is the first interaction. What is going to be the outcome of my experience with you? The outcome of my experience with you will determine whether when I want to do the next purchase, I'll come back to you. That will determine whether when I want to refer someone, I will remember you. That will determine whether when I want to start doing resell, which is at the secondary market, whether I will consult you. My experience will determine whether when I want to start development, I will want to depend or rely on your expertise. So the question again, what experience are you delivering to your customers? What is the experience? You must intentionally end every transaction with what we call the fireworks experience. You must end every transaction with the firework experience. And what do I mean by the fireworks? The firework experience was actually a term that was drafted from the way the Disneyland is developed. Now, the first Disneyland is developed this way. The first point of market entry, where the interest of those that will patronize them is built, is through marketing, advertisement, shows, that is where they get to hear, and testimonials from others, that is where they get to hear about Disneyland. Now, then you finally pay money to say you want to visit Disneyland. Now, when you visit Disneyland, the first complaint, statistically, the first complaint people have is the distance between the parking lots to the place they are going to. The distance, the first Disneyland is designed in a way that when you park here, you might have to walk maybe up to road safety before you get into the park itself. And once you get into the park, the first thing that welcomes you is Mickey Mouse. That's the first thing that welcomes you. Now, that is your first expectation. The kids you have been trekking with will become happy. The kids will become excited because they've seen Mickey Mouse. Now, the next experience comes. After you finish seeing Mickey Mouse, the next place you will get to is restaurants. Now, the restaurants, the complaint is that the food is too expensive as compared to the food they are getting. So, expensive food, that's the next complaint. Now, after the complaint, after you finish eating, the next experience you would get is when you ride on the roller coaster. That is the next experience, which is another exciting one again. So you become happy again. You forget all the expensive food you have eaten. Then, that is the next experience. Then you move to the next. What are you expecting after, as you are dropping from the roller coaster? The only entrance you are seeing is a boutique where you buy things. Now, there is no other path. It's just as you are dropping, the only route is you have to walk through a boutique. And there's no way you'll be walking through a boutique and where they sell toys and other stuff where your kids will not want you to buy. And the complaint also is that the clothing are inferior. They are China clothes. That is the next experience they get. Now, the final experience, which is called the fireworks. Now, this firework experience is where they shoot different types of fireworks and all of that. The kids are excited, everybody is shouting, everyone is celebrating, and all of that. Now, a study was done before this, what the firework experience was actually crafted to become a business term. Now, they did a survey of interviewing people during each of the experience. Before they get to the park, when you ask people who have not even been to who have not experienced it, based on the marketing campaign they've been seeing, based on the advert they've been seeing, based on the story they've been hearing, they rate Disney to be very high. Then they make them trek through the park. After the long trekking, they ask them to rate Disney Junior again. Disneyland, they will rate it lower. They keep collecting samples of the rating. Then when they get, after experiencing Mickey Mouse, they tell them to rate Disneyland again. They will rate Disneyland. They rate them until, based on the rating they collected cumulatively, on a norm, on average, everybody, before fireworks, everybody rated Disneyland around 6, on average, before the fireworks experience. After the fireworks experience, everybody rated them above 10. So the thing is that the last experience the customer gets will go a long way to determine the next transaction they get. Now, if you must design a successful business, this is not really digital marketing per se. This is what we do during design thinking. When you want to build a business for continuity, be intentional the experience they get. Never allow two different experiences to follow, bad experiences to follow each other consecutively. After I have one bad experience, you are giving me another bad experience again. But after one bad experience, if you can end it with, follow it with another good experience, and another bad one, and another good one, but make sure what ends it is a good experience. I remember some years back, a lady called out, is it Conga, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah, Conga. That she bought a phone from Conga. and that the phone is bad, she called them and people started trolling Konga on the internet. Now, Konga decided to invite this woman, gave her a new phone, refunded her money, and did more like a party with her, snapped picture. She was not the one posting this picture on the internet. The narrative suddenly changed. Though that was PR, though. They were trying to repair their image. But the point I am making is be intentional with the experiences you want your customers to have. Like I was talking to this hotel management some time ago. When I come to Empresa Hotel, how do you want me to feel? Do you want me to feel at home, away from home, or how do you want me to feel? It has to be intentionally designed. The lights, I have a client, Ultra Bliss. The wife of the developer is a neuro expert. The color of these lights, you see, some of you feel depressed in your houses when you stay in your houses. You don't know that maybe it could be the color of the light you are using in your house. The color of the light you use in your house has effect on your brain. It has effect on your mood. So, then I was talking to Empresa. You need to be intentional. Everything people experience. Never allow people to live, because as a the former person that was in charge of the food section and all that, we noticed that the first day of the buffet is always good. The second day, which is the closing day, is always bad. So it's more like they were ending the experience with the bad one. So people will not remember the good one the first day. They will remember the last one. So what is the experience intentional? For someone like you who develop houses, what experience are you expecting? After they buy, 2-3 months later, do you visit to know how they are feeling? Do you visit to know how they are settling in? Do you visit or call to know whether everything in the house is still functioning well? Because in as much as you are the developer, you didn't construct or manufacture some of the things you use in the house. Some things will malfunction. So after that, do you say, we have delivered me? Or do you come back to know how their experience is in living in the house? That experience would determine, even though they were having issues, and how you follow up with it will determine whether when they have someone that wants to buy a house again, whether they would call you or refer you. You guys are media guys, photographer, and all of that. The best experience is not that you deliver the video. The most important thing in a wedding ceremony is the video. It's not that you came. It's the video and the pictures. That is the memory. The clothes would get bad, get old. The food would digest in the next 24 hours. But the experience, the memory, so you hold one of the most important aspects of that event as a videographer, as a media person. The most important, okay, like we have our in-house media team before now. And we noticed that almost after every event, there was always one complaint. Initially, we thought it was equipment. Then we got new equipment and all of that. But it still persists. The boot camp you attended, I don't think you were given video. We hadn't given, but you were promised video, but we didn't give you video. That is because the event, a mega event we held in Asaba. At the end of the event, there was no video. Today, hard drive crash. Today, hard drive crash. Tomorrow, this one happened. Next tomorrow, this one happened. So okay, well done. It's time for you to leave. Now, the thing is that, the funny thing about this is that when it comes to attitude, when it comes to character, understanding, they have it. But delivering of the result is a problem. So would you rather have somebody, okay, like for example, we go on a video shoot. Customers, your team are so understanding. Even though I make mistake 20 times, they are not upset. They are able to guide me in the video shoot process and all of that. But at the end, now when you not get your video, then you know whether they are understanding. So that's made us to have to change. So the point is experience. Okay? The experience. Intentionally build the experience. Don't just say, I want to ask for, part of my sales for 2025 will come from referrals. What's the experience you ended them with? For them to be referring you, you must have an experience. Does the experience want to make them refer you? After sales service, do you have that as part of your design? How have you designed your business to be? That, okay, what is your customer journey? That is even the question. Let me give you a perfect example of my customer journey now. Some of you got to know me, you joined a free training, right? Some of you joined a free training on Zoom. That's how you got to know about this training. We advertise a free training. Then the value you got, which can also be termed as the experience, made you decide to register for a paid training. Now, the value you get here and the experience of this training will determine, okay, like for example, now some of you have opted for website design, right? The money you pay here cover for this free training you attended and also cover for this training you attended here. But this is complete profit. No advertisement and marketing inside. Some would want to proceed to running ad, even though you have learned. Some will say, I beg, I don't have the time. Run the ad for me. Right? Some would say, okay, I need a consultation section, private consultation session, strategy development for my brand, the next 4-year strategy, 5-year strategy, like what I currently do with Tosin. The strategy has been developed, and inside that strategy package, there is staff training inside. There is a lot of stuff inside that package. So it goes on and on. Some of you, as from here, some of you would say, would do referral. Do you know anybody that can run ad for me? You would refer. Right? So that is how it goes on. So it's developed to connect. So each of the services are indirectly connected to each other. If you need one, you likely need the next. If you don't need the next, you might need the other. So it's an intentional design. Why people compete with me here? This is where people compete with us from. Here. You will never see us running ad for strategy development. We don't run ad for strategy development. Strategy development people either come through referral or through this chain. So, and same thing we have also designed for some of our real estate clients. How do people find you? How do people find you? With someone like Twinet, some of you might know Twinet. With someone like Twinet, YouTube video, that is the point of contact. What are the jobs that needs to be done here? Create content, do optimization, optimize the videos. Then the next point of contact is inquiries. After the inquiry comes consultation section. After the inquiry comes consultation section. After the consultation section comes inspection. After inspection comes payment or negotiation. After payment comes property or investment management. 90% of all his customers are based overseas, but he keeps detailed record of all their investments and give them updates of all their investments. That is his firework approach. That is what, so every 3 months, there is an update, investment update, like what you guys have started also. There's an investment update meeting every 3 months. That investment update meeting, I will just break it down, what I mean by investment update meeting. All the customers you've sold to, what was the price of the property as at when they bought? Right? What was the state of the property as at when they bought in terms of development? You keep record. Some of you, immediately you finish selling, you delete the flyer and the videos. You don't have record of that estate anymore. You are supposed to have an archive where you keep data of all the properties you have sold because they will come handy in that thing. So you keep all the record, price of property when we sold, state of development when we sold, then you move to the next phase. Maybe the property appreciated after, let's say, 6 months. So you keep, let's say they bought when the property was 5 million, right? And after 6 months, the property appreciated to 10 million. Let's just say that. Now, maybe as at this point, there was no clearing, no gatehouse, nothing, right? Now, at this point, there is not gatehouse. It has been cleared, fenced, and all of that. Then to the current state of the property, you need to keep that record. So once you have all of this record, what will you do with it? Customer A, this is the state of the property. You list it, you form is a table, create a table. Price when we launched, price when you purchased, pictures and video of how the estate was as at when you sold. Then 3 months later, the state of the property, the price of the property, until the current state of the property. You record it for customer A. You move to customer B. You record it again, customer C. You record it again until you get to all of your customers. Okay? That's the first thing you do. Then, You save them on your system. These documents you have created, you save it on your system. After you save this on your system, then you will send an invitation to your customers that they should come participate in an investment update meeting. Investment update meeting is a virtual meeting. If you are a company and you have the resources to do it physical and your customers are available, you can do physical section. But if you don't want to go through that route of organizing physical events, do it virtual. Now, this letter will be sent, or invitation will be sent to all of your customers, and maybe weeks before the date, maybe a week or 2 weeks before the date, with a time stated and everything. Send, and that later, let's say you have 50 customers already, and you send this letter to each of these customers. Please listen, though. In that letter, tell them that they are free to share the link with at least 2 persons, or inviting 2 persons to that meeting. Are we following, please? Yes. 2 persons to that meeting. So if you have 50 customers and each person invites 2 persons, how many persons new persons would you have in that meeting? 100. Plus your customers, that is 150 persons you have in that meeting. Now, during the meeting, what are you doing when they come for the meeting? After sharing all the pleasantries, thank you for trusting us with your investment. We don't take your investment or your trust with us for granted. We see you as part of our organization and part of our stakeholders, and it is our culture and our system to carry all our stakeholders along and all of that. After all those grammar, now the update proper. You are using a slide. That letter you created is not going to appear in that meeting. Slide. Now you would have also created a slide containing all of your products when you launched or when you started selling. If you're a realtor, when you started selling, you play videos, short clips, very short, of how the property was when you started selling, and you are not mentioning any particular customer's name. In that breakdown, you are just telling them, for some of you, we are going to tell you the state of our development and the properties you invested with us. For property A, some of you, we launched this property so date, so months. Some of you invested when the property was just 5 million naira. After 3 months, the property appreciated, or after 6 months, the property appreciated to AYZ amounts. Some of you bought at the pre-launch price. Some of you bought at so price after the first appreciation. Some of you bought when the estate was not yet fenced. Now this is the current state of the property in terms of development. You show both past and present video or pictures of the property. Once you're done with that, you finish explaining all of the properties you have sold. If you have new properties you have not introduced to them before, new properties that are currently selling, explain about 2 or maximum 3. I prefer 2, but maximum 3. You can list other properties you have in the market, but only explain 2. Explain the property. Currently, we also have these and these set of properties in the market. The properties are these, located these, and these are the features of the property, and so on. For trusting us with your investments, and for those who might want to continue investing, we are giving an offer of maybe 2% discount, 3% discount, depending on your capacity, for all our returning customers. But then for those of you who were invited by your friends and your loved ones, you also give them, if you are taking the offer right now, or if you are making a purchase with us, you also have a discount. But make sure the discount of the newcomers is less than the discount you give to the old people, because the old people are your customers. So create the difference. So you do that. Then end the meeting by saying, so you can even call who is interested here that wants to take up the offer. Let people indicate, write down their name and their email address, means of contact. You can discuss it outside the Zoom meeting, but call for people to show interest. Who is interested right now? Write their name down. You do the follow-up later. But make sure you end that meeting by informing them that for our customers here, we will be check your email within 24 hours of this meeting. You will receive an investment report. So that first report you created for each customer, you are meant to send it after that meeting. And I can bet you would have returning customers, and you would have also successfully pitched your business to 100 new customers or intending buyers. Even if they've been buying from other people before, that will help you stand out from the crowd. That is what this position you to be. At least their company is doing it. Their boss is always happy over the outcome of that meeting. I know the first time I introduced it to them, almost 6 months, they refused to do it. They were always dragging their bum back. Okay. So now, that thing was introduced early last year, but they started doing it late last year. Yeah. Okay, then you guys are into 2 months. So it works.
But do you know why some developers don't like that idea?
Yeah.
Because they don't like developing their estate.
And
each time you are doing that,
you need to show working. Yeah, I know. So, and this principle is not.
It will really help the renters because to push the developers.
Yeah. And the thing is that my strategies are not for those who don't develop.
Yes.
My strategies are for only those. So, these are things you can do. So, create a system to guarantee returning customer. Just expect them to come back. Be intentional about your system. All right. So, with that, the hooks model. What is the icon on your phone that you touch more? What is the icon on your phone, the mobile app icon on your phone that you touch more? WhatsApp. Yeah. WhatsApp is the mobile icon on your phone that you use more than any other icon. On average, I can't really record the statistic, but on average, you touch that more than 50 times a day. So, the hooks model. How does the hooks model work? The truth is, you currently don't control what you do. Currently. Most 90% of people don't control what they do. What we are currently doing in today's world is designed by human beings. People determine what you do currently. You wake up in the morning, the first thing you reach out to is your phone. Nobody is sending you a message, but you feel that every time you feel like you are expecting something, there should be a message. Even if you check it 20 times, even if you don't receive message for the next 20 days, the 21st day, you still believe that there should be a message. Who they send you the message? Okay, so these are the things. So it is intentionally designed. to reshape human behavior. Technology is built to control how you do things. So you can also build a business where you can design how human beings think and interact. One thing you must know is that investment is not in our default settings. The default setting of almost everybody is go to school, get a job, and that is what almost everybody's default setting is. So investment is a foreign term in your default settings. So the point is, when we talk about trigger, so what is your trigger? So when we talk about when we talk about the Hooks model, the first thing you need to think about is the trigger. The default human trigger is survival. I want to believe that you are currently enjoying this section. But let somebody shout outside, fire, 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 fire. Let's see how many people will stay in this hall. Your desire to survive is more than the desire to learn. So, the question is the desire to save money and the desire to invest. Which one is higher? The desire to save money is higher. So, don't expect that because they have seen it, they will just buy. When I ask realtors, what is really your role in a real estate business? They say, my role is to show them my customers' property. Is that true? So you think they won't see property if you are not there? Real estate companies can run ad. Real estate companies put billboard. So, which means customers will see properties with or without you. Before realtors, people have been buying properties. So, what that means is that just seeing it alone is not enough for people to buy. You must have a trigger. And the trigger could be a common enemy or a common friend. A common enemy, everybody, almost in every part of the country, almost everybody dislikes the government. It is easy to blame the government for things that are happening, even though the citizens are responsible. But when you say the government, it is easy for you to get support. Just like one thing that have been trending since after the last election, the media houses, it is easy to get comments on the media houses on their pages. If you are saying anything in any interview, you mention Peter Obi, you must get comments in that post. Because that seems to be the new trigger for people to say something. Even an interview that shouldn't have anything to do with his name would pop up. And that makes the conversation exciting. So that has become a trigger. So in your business, do you know your customer's trigger? What makes people buy things? What is your customer's trigger? What makes people want to buy things? What makes people want to invest? What makes people want to own houses, build generational wealth? What trigger? What makes people sad? What makes people exciting? So you must think about triggers for your business. If I am tired, I like to go to the movies to relax. So my trigger most of the time of going to the movies is just that I want to relax. I don't want anybody to talk to me. I don't want to talk to anybody. It's a good place to just relax. Sometimes I can't even remember what was done in the movie, but I know how I have relaxed. Compulsory 1 hour plus relaxation. So, what is your trigger in the business you are doing? What triggers people to take action? There are some people's trigger is the fear of poverty, where they are coming from. So when you keep announcing poverty is coming, they are scared and want to run away from poverty. So if you tell them the only way to survive running away from poverty is by investing, they want to listen to you. Some people's trigger is the good like that, because running away from poverty is different from running towards prosperity. They're not the same thing. Some people are just doing everything they can to run away from poverty, but are not doing enough to run towards success. So, if I say some people would rather save the one they have than to risk investing it to lose it or to gain it. So, some people's trigger is built from fear, some is built by the excitement. For example, if I say some people's trigger is pleasure, some people's trigger is pain. If I say go to the gym, right? Go to the gym. Most of you, it is recorded that January has the highest membership registration in gyms. But before the end of first quarter, all that. So gym owners enjoy a lot because most people don't use up their subscriptions. So now, some people would rather, but if doctor tell them that if you don't gym, your life is at stake, that gym, they will die dead. They will gym day and night, if possible. Because the fear of dying is higher than the pain in the gym. So you need to understand. But if you tell me, go to the gym so you can become a model. Must I become a model? Who model help? So, the desire. So, not everybody, because one of the things I've seen is that most of you are busy preaching the benefits of real estate. And that is why they are not buying. The benefits alone of your product might not be able to sell the product. Sometimes you need to preach the pain of not buying. They are not the same thing. The benefits and the pain of not buying. Sometimes most people are, like back then when we're going to police stations, because I've sold a lot in this Lagos too. The first thing I remember I started selling in Lagos was spy wristwatch, security cameras, face cap that has spy camera and all of that. And laptops, those are the things I was saying. In fact, okay, I should say we started with laptop. And that was when Michael Kiro, former Inspector General of Police in Nigeria, announced at some point that if you are an inspector, I think, and above, you must own a laptop and you must know how to operate it. So I and a friend, we started a business. His uncle had a laptop shop, he's a laptop supplier in around this Aja area here. So we get the laptops from him, we supply it to the police stations, and put them on 3 months training plan. So, and the payment plan would also be within 3 months. So, as we are training them, they are paying the laptop on installment. So, we collect the laptop from the guy's uncle. Laptop that may be 50,000 naira, because they are paying on installment, we sell for 100,000 or 80,000. So, that was the business we were doing then. From there, we decided, we can also sell security cameras. Okay, the first idea of security cameras came when we had to supply security camera to Spy Pen, to Umeya, former one-time governor of Rivers State, who did not complete his tenure before, what was his name? Amechi took over power from him, Amechi's cousin even. So during his campaign, we had to supply spy pen. So I decided, okay, if politicians need spy pen, then police officers can also use spy pen. So we decided to start supplying them to police officer, police headquarters. There's no police station I don't think I visited in this Lagos. So down to the police headquarters, commissioner of police, everyone back then were my customers. Now there is something about that system. So I want to finish that. How do you get them to buy? When you tell them the benefits, you can do this, you can do this, they don't listen. But when you tell them what they stand to lose, they will listen. Now, when I started joining, taking one Ojoromi, that is the first ever ambassador in P1, to do presentation in those same police stations in the real estate sector. When we go to the police station, they always have a day they call an open day where you can come do presentation and all of that. Police buy properties a lot. Some of you don't know. So when we go there, I don't have the time to start telling you that buy land, you become rich. No. The first question will always be, everywhere we go, my question was always, how many of you love the government here? Some would say, raise up their hands. Some will say, no. Then we ask the next question. The life you are living currently, do you like it? Some will say yes, some will say no. Those that says no, why? Who do you think is the cause? Government is not paying us well. Government is not doing this. Government is not doing that. They will all make noise. Just get them to keep talking. Then, the next question. If you die now, will the life of your children be better or will it be worse than it is right now? Most of them will say it will be worse. Do you have colleagues you know that have died in service? They will say yes. These colleagues, the life their children are living now, as compared to the life they were living before their father died, which is better? The life they were living before, the breadwinner don't die now. Okay. But do you know that as a police officer, you can die anytime? Even as we are seated here now, somebody can just come and shoot all of us. Some will laugh. So one of you can just drop your gun now, and it will accidentally discharge and kill everybody. As we are stepping out of this road, out of this hall, armed robbers might be passing and they see you with uniform. They will just shoot you and you will die. You will see them gradually getting cold with the question. The response will no longer be because as at that point, you have started giving them reason to think. So, if you know you can die anytime, what plans do you have so that the life of your children will not be worse when you die? Now, your father trusted the government for retirement benefits. You too, you are trusting the government for retirement benefit. Retirement benefit that did not come during your father's time, what gives you the guarantee that it will come now? So if you don't want to die suddenly and your children suffer, everybody pick form. Jeremy will start sharing form for all of them. That's the presentation, case closed. And you will see that Jeremy will come back a week later, 20 plots, 30 plots, 50 plots from one presentation. That is. So the point I am making is don't always preach the benefit of your product. It is not always about the benefit that makes them buy. Sometimes you need to remind them of the pain they passed through in their childhood. All those terms you use Don't buy real estate, don't wait to buy real estate and wait. The richest people became rich through real estate. Who tell you that one? That statement alone is another reason why some people are not buying. Because it shows that you don't know what you are saying. Because the 10 richest people in the world did not become rich through real estate. They have other businesses. The richest people saved their money and multiplied their money through real estate, not that they became wealthy through real estate. That's not how they became wealthy. So these are mind the quote you use during your marketing. That's the point I'm making. So that a true investor knows some of these things. Some of them, I know back then when I used to visit elder statesman Edwin Clark in Delta State, I don't know what he does with the list. He has the list of the richest people. Every month, he has the list of richest people in the world. From different countries. I don't know where he gets them from. He has them in his house. So these people know some of these statements you are making that they are not correct. Because they are making incorrect statements, some of them can't trust you with big investments. Because they feel like this one where they quote nonsense. Quotation that comes from hunger. That is what some of them. I've seen a real estate investor yab realtors. Yabbing realtors, we just be laughing. Others, like one of my clients who is in the who has one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in this country, would always say, those your realtors where they consult for, where they speak no sense English. So the point is, build a system, create a hook. Okay? The hook is that trigger. So always look out for the buying trigger. And the point we are saying, most of the time, most of you focus on positive. The positive is not always the trigger. The negative can also be a trigger. In fact, the negative most of the time move people more than the positive. Okay? So take note of that. Then after you have the trigger, there have to be an investment. What do I mean by an investment? If your Facebook accounts are all closed today, or if Facebook closed today, what would be your major problem? What would be your major concern? Sorry?
Sorry, did you say Facebook closes?
Yeah, the company closes down. The platform is no more in existence. Facebook, Instagram, them and all their apps close. What would be your major concern? Pain. What would be your major pain?
Contact, right?
Okay, you mention contact. If your phone get missing today, what would be your major? Your contacts. Your contacts are like investments. If your YouTube, your Google account's closed today, if Google is no more in existence, right? All your pictures on your, Google Drive, Google Photos, all of them will be gone. That will be your major concern. So those investments you have made is the reason why you are still using the application. Even if a new application comes today, in the tech industry, what we look at when building application, if you want to introduce a new application into the market, are you trying to move people from their existing system? So if moving from, I've been used to using Facebook and Instagram, how many of you, some of you rush to go and join a Thread? Are you still trading now? Yes. Most of you are no more so included. So the point is, the investment you have made is a major reason why you are still using that application. You consider your picture, the friends you have made. How do I get them back? You lost your accounts last year. How did you feel? Your major concern will be all your followers, your pictures, your contact. That is the thing you are more concerned about. So the first thing is what you are doing here is know the different types of investment people make. Even in a free training, you are investing your time. And your time is one of the greatest assets you have, your time. So, same thing with your customers. When you call them on phone or they call you on phone, it is an investment of time. Make it worth their while. In every time they have a conversation with you, do you add value to them? Do you open their eyes to see something they have not seen before? Can they just call you when they are down and talk to you? Would they feel like, would they be able to confide in you? Can they ask you for business advice? Because some of you, or some realtors, you can't have conversation with your customer as I come and buy. What will you be discussing? The high net worth individual you are looking for, what will you be discussing with him? If I put you in a room with Tunelumelu, what will you discuss with him? What will you tell him? Come and buy land. Aviation town. Is that what you tell them? What conversation can you hold? Can you hold a conversation? And for how long can you hold a conversation before you start talking nonsense? Because when you talk about high net worth people, they value their time. So since they value their time, that investment of talking to you, will it be worth it? Okay, I've been calling this customer, is not buying, right? Is not buying. First, the idea is build attraction, right? When you build the attraction, you have to retain that attraction. And how do you retain that attraction? It is through meaningful conversation. What kind of conversation can you have with your customers aside come and buy? Okay, the reason why some people can't go to, some of you want to meet high net worth people, right? Where do you, Marriott, you go to a place like a Sheraton, you will see top business executive coming there to have their, not reality. Now the question is, when you go there, what do you even say or do? That's another thing. When you go to those places, you don't go there to tell them about property. I remember I had a training with some realtors. One went and started sharing flyer. Please, you don't share flyer there because they will not collect. You are not there to talk to 100 people. You might just strike a conversation with one or at most two persons. You are there to make contact, not to make sales. That is what you are there to do. So when you make contact, exchange, how many of you have a business card here? Let me see your hand up. Business card. Okay. Those that don't have, what happened? So you have business card, you exchange business card, you exchange contact. That is all. Be more interested in what the person you want to have contact with than saying too much. Ask questions. Ask about the person's business. Try to know more about the person. That is your focus. Not to sell property. What do you do? You exchange contact. That is all. And next time when you call, after maybe 3 days, when you call, please, you are not also calling to come and buy. You are calling to be sure that he remembers you. Hello, my name is Zizi. We exchanged contact at Suso Point the other day. How you doing as business? I just said I should call you, so you can even save my contact and be sure. Let him save your phone number. You save his own. You have been able to establish one point of contact. If he saves your number, and that's the number he or she is using on WhatsApp, your, WhatsApp status will let him know that you are a realtor. That is one point. Your WhatsApp status will tell him that you are a realtor. Next time you go there again, you might be able to meet. And if you don't meet him or her, the other day I was in our usual spots. I didn't see you there. Hope you are good. Okay? And there are places you go to, you might not be. Some buffet in some of these places is around 30,000 naira. It's not that expensive. Radisson is 35,000. If you just go to the there to have lunch in the afternoon, their buffet, they always prepare buffet section in the afternoon. It's 35,000 thereabouts. It not go kill you. Budget for it. It might not be an everyday thing. It doesn't have to be an everyday thing.
Once in a month. Hey, from mainland to island.
There are good places in the mainland. Sheraton is there. There are logs. You can't go to those places consistently. Let me tell you, some of you sell property for Gidi, right?
Yes.
Has he told you guys how he met the person that sponsored his business? So there are some things you guys need to understand. So, because we are talking about making sales, I'm giving you a channel of making sales. It's not only about digital marketing. You can make sales without digital marketing. Let me tell you the truth now. Making sales is not only about digital marketing. So these are things you need to put into your expense. You go to restaurants, you go to bar. There are places where they sell one bottle of water, 2,000, 5,000. Like my friend will say, any water you buy from 2,000 above, there's an anointing of wine on top of it. So you don't drink it, you ask for a glass and you sip. Okay, so these are things you need to do. And always, after investment come reward. Okay? And what do we mean by reward? Or what do I mean by reward? The reward is that after every action they take, let there be like a thank you message. If they buy property, a thank you message. They make an installation payment. A motivation, thank you for accomplishing one of the biggest goals in human life. Okay? So things like that. Make them feel like they are accomplishing something. Imagine you, like, the reason why some people can't send those type of message is because when somebody plans to do, you agree to do 3 things. And maybe the person has only done 1. Most persons will start from the one they have not done and start casting the blame, right? Instead of starting from the one they've done. Appreciate them for what they've done, because even the Bible says, if you praise me or thank me for what I've done, and I will do more. So, even if God himself can desire that, so everybody needs affirmation. That's the point. Everybody needs that. So affirm them for what they have done. Okay, so that's for this aspect. Note, the job of an ad is not to sell your property or your services. The job of an ad is to sell the click. I already told you about this yesterday. The formula for online advertisement, you must know who, you must know where, you must know the bait you want to use. It's like fishing. So, some of the things, when we say digital marketing, this is what you need to think. Always think of what those things, digital tools or platforms are replacing. Email is replacing direct mail. So what gets direct mail open? If you want to succeed, you need to understand direct mail to know how to use email. Networking, Facebook. So how do you network? If you go to a party, right? If you go to a party, if you are the types that party, if you are the type that can club, anyone you know how to do it. Okay? But do it in all moderation. So if you are the type that can party, and you go to a party, if you go to a party and you meet people, and all they are doing, the person is doing is just talking about his or herself, be more interested in people than you want people to be interested in you. Because people are always drawn to those who are interested in them. Don't try to get people to be interested in you. Just show interest in them. By default, they gradually become interested in you. So that's the principle. So television is being replaced by YouTube. So how does television advertisement works? So if you understand the old media, it is easy for you to understand the digital medias. That is how it works. Podcast is replacing radio. Blog is replacing newspaper. So that is how the old medias work. So for those of you who are digital marketers who are working for organizations, these are some of the concepts you need to think of. If you can operate this way, okay? So for TV to work well, what makes a TV channel attractive to people? These are some of the things you need to think about. Okay? So let's proceed. This is the framework for lead generation. Let me use this. We run an ad. Let me use him as a case study, for example. I want to believe that what made you to join one of the WhatsApp group for the first time was an ad you saw. And I think it was for a free training because that was what we advertise more. You joined the free training. Then, instead of a landing page, it was a WhatsApp group. Okay, you also fill the form and all of that. Then instead of an ebook, you joined the free training. Okay? And from there, you opted into a paid class and service. Now, for you as a realtor, please, this is how your structure should be. And for those whom we are building who we plan to build their website, this system would also be integrated into what we are building for you. When you are running an ad, people see the ad, might be video, might be image, they click on the ad. It takes them to a landing page on your website. And in that landing page, let me give you guys a secret that will work for everybody here. If you can't write, because not everybody can write, if you can't write, I want to believe you can speak. At least learn one of the two. Do an analysis of, it might just be a very short video of 5, 10, 15 minutes at most. Shouldn't be more than that. Now, what are you doing in that video? You are educating people on one subject matter about real estate. Let's say it could be something on things to look out for before buying a house, checklist for a house, right? You do a comprehensive video on that. You save it on your system, or you upload it into the system. Then you now create another video, right? That video is what you want to use for the ad. Please take note, the video you want to use for, so you are telling them that you have a comprehensive educative or tutorial that will guide them on how to not to make mistake when buying a house, right? And all the checklists they will find in that video. But before they would access it, they click on the ad, it now takes them to the full video. This one is a very short video for an ad. This one is the main video, the tutorial itself. Okay? Now, after listening to the tutorial, you might now also have an ebook if you want. Okay? So, Now, if you want a document of this checklist that I have mentioned, fill the form. Okay? Once they fill the form, they gain access to the book. In fact, those from Indigo, please take note. I'm expecting an ebook from you guys. Maybe your boss will talk to you about it very soon. That is part of your lead generation campaign this year. I need an ebook from you guys. You have property in Asaba. I want possibly either a documentary of Asaba and investment potentials. Okay? You have properties in Ekpe. I also need that as well. How much does Ekpe worth? Okay? Considering the film city, considering the the food and logistic hub, and even the airport, because the airport is indirectly in Ekpe, even that land, that place is Ekpe. So joining all that together, what's the value of Ekpe? Okay? Not value of land now, value of that area. But currently, that film city already has secured is $4 billion investment. So the airport, and also you are doing evaluation of the market. Okay? So you do all of that. So once you do this, when they fill that form, you already have email. With this, like another email generation strategy, a breakdown. So this is the structure you are supposed to have. So when you have this kind of structure in place, you don't lack lead. Because the truth is, one of the major things that is lacking in sales, or that's making you not to make sales, is because you don't have enough people you are talking to. So how do you create? So you need to create a system to guarantee you this structure. These also apply to Resida. For those, you guys are doing the farming. I think I mentioned that already yesterday. So your farming stuff, you need to create a system. Because all of these those of you I'm pointing out, I'm going to be reaching out to your bosses because we have an arrangement before they send you guys here. So the organization must get value for the money they paid. So I have given you guys the assignment now, so I'll be reaching out to your bosses to ask if you guys have executed them. So these are the structures you need to create. So when you keep getting lead, closing becomes easy. You can't be talking to only your family members and you are saying you are not closing sales. You say when I ask you, how do you do your marketing? You say, I post on my status. Who is seeing your status? Your family members. Those are the only people seeing your status. So you need to have contact of qualified buyers on your phone, and they too need to have your contact so they can be seeing your WhatsApp status. 90% of the contact on your phone are your fellow realtors. Same things are the one following you on Instagram and Facebook. And you're expecting customers. All right? So please, we need to move on. So that takes me to traffic. So we are moving into Google Ad now. So everybody pay attention. I saw a lady complaining, and I don't know whether that was a skit or whatever she was doing, crying and cursing because she lost her business page. And she was saying somebody reported her.
She sells clothes?
Yes. So I commented on that her video and said, if they are told you don't depend on these platforms, you will say otherwise. Now, your entire business is dependent on another man's Instagram. Instagram doesn't belong to you. You are not even paying rent there. You are attaching. So, if they come tomorrow and say, in fact, we don't need everybody, you have no choice. You don't have a legal ground to say, I'm not going. So, how can you build your business on that kind of arrangement? So, that being said, we have what we call the traffic you control, the traffic you don't control, and the traffic you own. What are the difference? The traffic you control are your social media followers. You control the traffic because your ad is part of traffic you control. People that see your ad is part of the traffic you control. You could run an ad, you have a link there and say, click to visit this. Click here to do this, which means you control the action you want them to take. That is your social media followers and your social media traffic. Then you have what you call the traffic you don't control. Though I can write and say, for somebody to share your content, for somebody to recommend you, that is traffic, but you don't control it. You have my contact, I have your contact. I don't control your contact. So I can't tell you what to tell your contacts. So you can decide to say, I'm going to recommend him for good, or I'm going to recommend him for bad. So because I don't control them. Appearing on television by invitation to come speak about a topic or a subject matter, I don't control it. Even appearing on a podcast, the podcast traffic does not belong to me. It belongs to the person that owns the podcast. Okay? So I don't control what happened there. But there's one we call the traffic you own. And that is the emails. As a salesperson, your most valuable asset is your email list. As a salesperson, your most valuable asset is your email and customers list. That's your most valuable asset. Now, how many of you have email lists? Let me see your hand up. Email lists. So that is good. For those who don't have, you need to intentionally build email lists. Advertisement is only good or becomes very profitable when you build email lists. That's when advertisement becomes. How did you? The other day, some nights, I sent you a voice message telling you that I must see you in the training. Why? Because I already built a relationship with you. I don't really know her in person. This is my first time of meeting them. I couldn't just go online, shut her up. I must see you in my training. And say, who will be this one? So when you have email and customers list, you can almost predict your sale. Our Abuja program, I reached out to some of our clients that have real estate company there. I'm expecting 3 persons from you. I'm expecting 10 persons from you. I'm expecting this from you. After that, I started reminding them. Okay? So the point is that when you have email list, when there's a new product, your new product you are launching, the first people to know are those emails. When a new product, sorry? When you don't know how to write, there's ChatGPT. These days, everybody knows how to write. Everybody knows how to write these days. That's why artificial intelligence is there to help you know how to write. It will write for you. Okay? So that is what traffic is about. So don't 100% depend on Facebook and Instagram. Don't 100% depend on Google and YouTube. Don't say, and they are my friends already, and I'm shutting them up, but you not get their phone number, you not get their email. Now what? Did they Facebook close the accounts? You begin to look for, and I was following up one person, he was almost buying. And now that, now that they've closed my account, I can't find the person again. But if you had the person's phone number and email, you won't have issues. So the whole essence of social media is to drive the traffic. They already have the traffic. People go there by default. So the thing is about looking for where your customer go by default. Okay? By default, where will they go to? When they wake up in the morning, where do they go to? That's why we say the formula is knowing your customer and knowing where to find them. So they go there, they're already listening to certain podcasts, Abi. How do I connect with the person that owns this podcast so that I can appear before his people? They're already reading newspaper, Abi. How do I appear before this newspaper audience? They're already reading a particular blog, Abi. How do I appear before this blog? Because it's not all about running ad on social media. Some of you will need to, if you want to hit your sales target of billion, you need to appear on blogs. You need to advertise on blogs. You need to advertise on podcasts. You need to, Nigerian Property Center, GG, and Property Pro, you need to appear on some of them. Okay? So there are different channels of marketing and advertisement. You must always know when they want to buy, where they go. When they are not in the mood to buy, where they go. So you know your market. When they want to buy, they don't come to Facebook and Instagram. That's not where they come to when they want to buy property. They go to points of market entries, Google, YouTube, and they go to marketplaces, Nigerian Property Center, Property Pro, GG, and the likes. They are all examples of marketplace. They are platforms for marketing properties. But Google and YouTube, they are not marketplace. Rather, they are points of market entry. So when I want to buy, I go there to search. Those search will give me direction to where to find the property. So most of you, you are neither in points of market entry, neither are you in marketplace. You are only on social media where people socialize. When we want to buy body, that is the only place you go to. So you must complete the equation. Point of market entry, you must be found there. How many of you can be found on Google here? Let me see your hand up. Yes. Okay, I'll do it phase one. How many of you, everybody bring out your phone? Tell the next person your name. You are not the one that will search you. Tell the next person your name and let the person search your name. And let's see what will come out.
My brand name or
your brand name or the name you are using for the business. Brand name, preferably. Business name. No, you are typing his own. She is typing yours. Yes. No, not the phones. You don't need to exchange the phone. Just tell her how. Okay. Happy Life Realtors. Rating 0.
Hello, sir. Is she allowed to give me her company name?
Yes, now.
Company name.
That's what they are.
She is representing her company now, so she has to give you a company. You will talk about that. Okay. Now, have we all searched, please? Have we all searched? Yes. Okay, now let's start with what I found on our own. Happy Life Realtors. Now, Happy Life Realtors, the first thing I see is the address. Please, one house. Abraham Adesoya Road, block, blah, 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 blah. Then I see her phone number. Right? Then after that, okay, she has a website. Then I have Happy Life Realtors, please, one house. So, Happy Life Realtors with CAC registration number, blah, 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 and a team of professionals that help corporate organizations and individuals make the best and wise guinea. Now, okay, then I also have another one. This is now LinkedIn. I am a professional that helps corporate organizations and individuals make the best and wise decision as relates to real estate investments. Good. Now, the question I want to ask is, what did you find about yourself when you searched? That is the first question I want to ask. Is that how you normally introduce yourself? Because some of you don't even have how you introduce yourself. This is talking about branding now. How do you want people to introduce you? Or how do you introduce yourself? What do you help people to do? She says she helps people to make wise decisions. Okay? Now, and it seems our focus, because the corporate client does that mean you focus more on corporate clients? But that's what I saw there. Because somebody might look at it and say, this person is only dealing with corporates. The only LinkedIn has corporate and individual. The other one, the individual didn't show. So, that means, now the question is, thank God you have a niche you are focusing on. Let me ask you, the content you post, does it in any way advises how corporates, the benefits of real estate investment to those corporate individuals? Or is it just by business description? Because that is what you are supposed to do. Your content must align with your target audience. So if you are focusing on corporate individuals and corporate organizations, your content should be focused on that. In fact, one of your best platforms should be LinkedIn, not Facebook, not Instagram. Where you find corporate people is on Facebook or is on LinkedIn. So that is where we shot a video with Juliet. I think that was 2022, Juliet Ashebe. Well, though she's no longer using LinkedIn like she used to, the focus is that she helped real estate corporate organization on how to use real estate to increase staff productivity and one other thing I can't really recall now. So how do you now, somebody reached out once. So I saw your video you posted that you use real estate to help corporate organizations to increase staff productivity. Can you please explain? Right? Now, Juliet called me. Said, now you right, I'm can't defend them. So the point is, how did we were able to defend that? One, we did, you do that through your office space or your office setting to a large extent can influence your staff productivity. That's one. Number two, buying land, helping them to own investments, helping staff members. So the staff invest, the company will buy plots of land in bulk and share it for staff members and be taking it bit by bit from there. So it makes the staff feel like, this company have my interest in mind. So I want to also show more commitment and be more dedicated to this company. So it's a way of keeping your best hands, and it's also a way of getting them to be more committed. So real estate can be sold from any angle. It depends on how you take it. So now that you have chosen that, so your research on Google, on YouTube, on ChatGPT, and any other search platform you can think of should be, how do I use real estate to improve these organizations? Because they're not just buying because they want to buy from you. There must be a reason they should buy. I watched a video, for instance, somebody talked about how you can use real estate to diversify as a real estate, as a corporate organization, so that you have money in assets. The year just began. Some people, government is going to clamp on a lot of companies for issue of tax. Now, how do you use real estate to reduce your tax? Because the common thing most corporate organizations do is that after the whole this thing, they start spending money buying cars for their top executive members. That's what they do to reduce how much they need to pay to the government as tax. But the best form of investment a corporate organization can do is to buy land, because land or real estate investment is the only expenses that can stay in both liability and assets at the same time. So that is why during December period, November, December, January, there's a lot of corporate buying in the real estate space. Now the question is, how many corporate organizations know you? So that when they are making decisions on companies to realtors or companies to patronize, to advise them, will they remember you? If their staff, let's say everybody here is a staff of one company, and they're trying to decide on someone to patronize in the real estate space, that will come and advise them about how to use real estate to reduce tax payments. Will anybody among the staff members remember to mention your name? Are you an option for consideration? And not just corporate organization now, even in your own family. Let's say once government or somebody, let's say your family is in a community where there is oil and gas company, and maybe they explored oil in your land and they paid compensation to your family. And your family is saying, let's invest this money, and you are not in that meeting, and they are considering real estate. How many people will remember to mention your name? And let's wait for so person to come and advise us how best to invest this money. How many of your family members will remember to mention your name? You are busy pursuing others. Even your own family members can't remember your name. So these are the things we need to think about. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, sir.
All right. Questions before we move to the next listen?
Are we going to be able to get these slides at the end of this?
No, I don't give out my slide. It's too much investment. But you get the recording like we said yesterday, but slide, I don't give out slide.
That's fine. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, in the absence of question, we already agreed that when people want to buy, they don't go to Facebook and Instagram to search. When they are in the buying mood, when the buying mood is activated, they don't go to Facebook and Instagram to search. So where do they go to? Each platform, there's what we call sales funnel, sales funnel. I know everybody has been hearing that word, sales funnel, sales funnel. What does that word really mean? Or let me turn it the other way around. Right? Awareness, consideration, conversion, loyalty, and advocacy. Right? Facebook, Instagram, right? This is where they are, at the top of the funnel. Awareness. Most likely a little of consideration, but more of awareness. There's not much difference between Facebook and newspaper. That is awareness. Is it wrong? No. It's good for them to be aware of you so that even when they go to Google to search, and they have seen you on Facebook and Instagram before. Say, I think I've been following this person, I've been seeing this person's video before. Okay? So, awareness. For those of you that are companies here, you need to try something. Go on streets, what do you call it? Is this street show I will call it now? Try to ask people about your company. Let's know how many of them know your company. Because there's one thing I've noticed in the diaspora markets. If they see an ad about property, some of them want to ask their family members, do you know so company? And once family members say, no, I never heard them before, you don't lose that deal. So, that is why getting known is important. In as much as when they want to buy, they don't come to Facebook and Instagram, they still need to know you. Getting known is important. That's the point. So, conversion is where you have, though the person who designed this didn't design it well, they're supposed to go straight to this. This is number 3. This is what this. PPC, pay per click. That's what it means. Pay per click. How does Google Ad works? Please, one house. This would be more technical than what most of you are used to. Okay? And I plan to take my time to explain it. Even if I don't teach you any other thing, I would explain in detail as much as I can how this platform works. I will be a bit more slow with my explanation so that everybody can be carried along. Because the truth is, I need sales. This is where it is. The only thing is, if you will not be stingy to yourself, you are willing to spend money, you will get the result here. An average of $2,500 per month is what you need to spend here. 2.5 million naira, sorry. 2.5 million naira per month is what you need to spend here. That is what you need to spend here. So let's proceed, please. Google Ad. So I'm going back to it first. Understanding the Google Ad interface. Now, Google is the #1 search platform. Google have the Alphabet company. Alphabet, the owners of Google, the name of the company is Alphabet. So the Alphabet brand has the 2 largest search engine. Search engine #1, Google. Search engine #2, YouTube. Those are the 2 largest search platforms. And they are owned by the Alphabet Corporation, or Alphabet Inc. There are different types of ad. I can tell you for free that 70% of what Facebook is introducing is that they are copying Google. Facebook has been good with copying. Copying is part of business strategy, though. Innovative copying. Not copy and paste. Innovative copying. It's good to copy. But you must be innovative with your copying. So, how does Google work? Google is a point where people go to ask questions. It's a question and answer platform. So, when as a user I have need for a particular thing, I'll go and ask Google a question. What is real estate? Let's say I ask that question. Now, Google would search. Google does not write. Everything you see on the Google platform were not written by Google. So, Google would search its database, sending out its crawlers and spider to pick people that have answer to that question, what is real estate? That is why you see it as links. So when you now click on it, it takes you to who actually did, where that thing was written. So that is how Google works. It is about who has the best answer to the question that has been asked. And this principle also governs even when you are paying. That you are the one paying to run ad does not automatically mean that you'll be on top. If you don't have answer to the question, you'll be at the bottom. If you don't answer the question very well, you'll be at the bottom. So Google is not biased. So you either pay. Even when you pay, you must still do the work. You did not pay, you need to do the work by answering the question people are asking for. Because if Google starts focusing on only those who pay, then the platform will soon close down. Because if I search for something, the answer I'm looking for is not there, but because the person pay, you show me the person's link. Every time, that is what I keep experiencing. After a while, I won't trust Google as a destination to get an answer anymore. So these are the things you need to take note of. So there are different types of ad. But when we say pay per click, what does it really mean? Pay per click means that you only pay when somebody clicks. So when nobody clicks, nobody saw the ad, your money is waiting for you. So it's all about paying when somebody clicks. So what are the elements or the things one needs to take note of? This guy didn't arrange this slide well. Okay, sorry. What are the elements to take note of when running a Google ad? Just like every other, so just like the social media platform, you also have campaign. You first thing have an ad account, just like Facebook and Instagram, you have ad accounts. Then you go to your campaign. Campaign is where you pick an objective. Then on Google, we call it, on Facebook and Instagram, we say ad set. But here we call it ads group. Then after that, you have what we call keywords. Then after that, you have the ads. So that is the structure of a Google ad or a Google campaign. So what does these three things really mean to us? So while you are still writing, bring out your system. While you are still writing, start bringing out your system. Make sure the systems are connected because it's about to go down. Is this mine? That Google ads are expensive. Google ads are expensive. Google ads are expensive. So the first thing I want to show you is how does Google really charge? You go to this girl, tell her, what's the word? Susan.
The reception.
Yeah, the reception.
That yesterday.
Yeah, that they should bring the list of the foods available so that people can start picking. Yeah. So, the two of you or the three of you here are running ad, and you are all selling properties, right? Now, there are 3 or 4 people involved in this equation. The 3 of you that are running ads, and Google platform, then the person making the search. So there are 5 of you. The advertisers, the platform owners, and the customers. Now I search for land for sale in Epe. Let's assume that is what I search for. Right? Now, on your ad, please listen, no. That ad you are running, that your ad you are running, are you also targeting people who are searching for this word? Okay? If you are looking for people who search for this word, this is what we call, this is search term. This is not keyword, this is search term. Search terms are different from keywords. What people type into the platform is what we call search terms. But what you are looking for is what we call keyword. Though when I start creating the examples, it will be clearer for you. Now, Madam Juliet is selling property in Epe, and maybe the name of the estate is Aviation Town. So she said, Aviation Town, or land for sale in Aviation Town. Land for sale in Aviation Town. The next person say, let's say the name of your estate is, you have property in Epe? No. Okay. Let's say the next estate, let's say Indigo, for example, you have Meridiana, this thing. Goldfold. Let's say Goldfold. Goldfold. Affordable land. Let's say affordable land for sale in Goldfold Estate. Epe. The next one, maybe you just wrote land for sale in Lagos. Okay? So, who do you think has the answer to this question? The first one, land in Aviation Town for sale. The second, affordable land for sale in Goldfold, Epe. Goldfold Estate, Epe. Land for sale in Lagos.
Affordable land. Land for sale. Affordable land.
Affordable land
for sale. In Epe. Goldfold.
With one criteria, we'll say this person has the answer. By using only this criteria, we'll say this person has the answer, right? But that person might not actually have the answer based on Google's this thing. Because, go to your website, open your website, your company website. Let's do real eye-opening stuff here. I want to believe, and I'm very certain, though I've not confirmed, I'm certain that if you go to that your website, right? If you click on that particular property, Goldfold, what you are going to see on the link is Goldfold. You are not going to see anything related to the location there. Am I correct? Okay. Now, what that means is that you have the answer, but you don't have the answer in the link. So the answer will not just, the keyword you want people to type to find that page should also be part of the link. So the keyword you want people to find, lands in Epe. Goldfold land in Epe, that could be the keyword you are using. Goldfold estate land in Epe. Something like that should be in the link. So if that word is not found in the link, even though you have the answer, you might not be at the first person on top. So the link, so the things Google is more concerned about, one of them is the link. The keyword, can the keyword be found in the link? The URL, is the keyword found in the URL of that landing page? That is one. Keyword must be found in the URL of the landing page. That's just point one. Point two. How fast does it take for your website to load? If your website is crawling, you are already minusing scores from your auction. Because it's like every criteria you check, you have a score. So you have a link, your keyword in your link, which is a very vital one. You have it on the link. Let's say there is no known value for the score though, but let's just assume it is 10, right? You got 10 from link. Then we talked about the speed of the website. And let's say your website takes time to load and you score only speed now. You score only 2. Another thing is mobile adaptation or responsiveness. How? Any website that can be scrolled horizontally is not a good website. All websites are meant to be scrolling up and down. If you can be scrolled horizontally, it means that website is not mobile friendly. No matter the screen size I am using, it should adapt to the screen size or the device screen size so I can scroll vertically, up and down. That is the only. So, mobile responsiveness. So, and let's say the website's mobile responsiveness gives you 5. Now, we now talk about the content of the site, that page of the website, where you are driving the traffic to. The things you wrote there, is it containing the keyword you are trying to get? So, the content of the page, does it answer the question the person is looking for? Though you have it on the link, but does it answer the question the person is looking for? Okay? Copy. That's what the page copy. If the page copy does not address or answer the question the person is looking for, is an issue. Though you might pay, but you might not rank on top. So, the copy, let's say, this one, most people even score 0. So, these are some of the basic requirements to be able to rank your ad on Google. Okay, thank you. This is what I want to take you to. Google ad ranking. Trying to search for the formula for Google ad ranking. Okay. they go add ranking formula. Sorry. Okay, since this time, we can do takeaway this time. We can do takeaway this time since it's by order. Ad ranking is equal to CPC bid times quality score times quality score times extension impact times extension impact. So this is the formula that determines where you appear when somebody searches, whether your ad will be seen or not. Now let's give an example. Let's say she is spending $3 for one bid, right? And the next person is agreeing to spend $5 for one keyword. $3, $5 for one keyword. Now, but she that is spending $3, her quality score is equal to 10. And maybe this other person, his or her quality score is equal to, say, 3. Then the extension impact, which is a recent addition, before now it was just these two. Now, extension, let's say they both have 3, 3. So multiply these figures. This times this, 30 times this,
90.
this times this,
9.
and this times this.
45.
So who is going to appear at the top? Though she's just spending $3, but she's going to appear before the person who is spending $5. So the point is that don't only focus on the amount you want to spend. Make sure as far as I'm concerned, the most important thing is this one: quality score. So how does Google?
It's not clear.
Okay. For your ad to show on Google, because when you search for something on Google, let's say land for sale in Ekpe. In fact, go to your system, go to Google, search for land for sale in Ekpe. Do that now. So let me explain it with your system. Just open a new tab. No. Plus sign. You've closed it. Go back. Everybody, you can do that. Everybody do that. Everybody do that. Go to Google, search for something, land for sale in Ekpe or land for sale in Lagos. Search for that. Yeah. Okay, now you will see sponsored. The one that is an ad is one you have sponsored. So that is an ad. But the second position is, the sponsored is private property, right? For the ones that are based on our phone. Private property, Nigeria. That's the one that is sponsoring an ad. But Nigerian Property Center is number 2, but they are currently not running ad. But still, they are number 2. What that means is that their search engine optimization is well done. So then when you scroll further, let me see if I'll see another ad. There's no more ad for now. Ads. It has ended. No other ads on our own page. Now, let's assume the first one we see here is an ad, or the first 3 are ads. So, if the both of you here, Madam Juliet, if the both of you here are running ad, you would say this is the amount I want to pay for 1 click, okay? You will specify your daily budget. You also specify how much you are willing to pay for 1 click. That is what we mean by your bid CPC. Bid CPC means how much you are willing to pay for 1 click. So, you say you want to pay $3 because you are just starting the real estate business, you don't have money. For 1 person that clicks, you are willing to pay $3. For the next person, maybe Joanne says she can spend up to $5 per day, per click. So you both, your CPC is 3 and her CPC is 5. That is just 1. Then the quality score, based on those things I mentioned about having the keyword on your on the link, having the keyword on the page description, which is the copy, being mobile friendly, the speed, and all of that joined together, Google will rate it to say based on the experience of this page, we are scoring this page, let's say we are giving you 10. It's a scale of 1 to 10. We are scoring this page 10. While the next person, maybe they are scoring that person 6. Right? That is just 1. Then the third aspect is that their score is the extension impact. Maybe you both have 5.5. They score you 5.5. So the major thing that is going to make the difference is here. This score here is what makes the difference, which is the quality score. That is what makes a lot of difference. Not the amount you pay, but the score makes more of the difference. So now they will now multiply them together because based on the formula I gave to you is multiplication. So this times this, times this, this times this, times this. The person with the highest will be ranked above the next person that scores lower. Is it clear? So that is how it works. So the idea is that some persons always focus on let's pay more so that will appear on top. Let's pay more so that will appear on top. But the truth is that paying more does not guarantee whether you will appear on top. That's the point. Okay? All right. So let's do our first practical. Let everybody create a Google Ad account. So to create a Google Ad account, if you don't have before, how do you create a Google Ad account? Go to ads.google.com. That is ads.google.com. ads.google.com. You need to use your system. Are we all there, please? ads.google.com, okay? ads.google.com. 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 Who is the owner of this system? Thank you. What was it? So we are all on ads.google.com now. So let me also go to my interface. ads.google.com. What are we trying to do? We want to create a Google Ads account. So take note of that. So step one, how to create a Google Ad account. Go to ads.google.com. That's step one. Step two, click on sign in. What are you signing into? You're signing into your email. Either sign in or start now. Anyone can go. If you click on start now and your email is not already logged in into your page or into your email, if you're not already logged in into your email, it's going to ask you to log in. But if you're already logged in, it will just take you to this interface. How many of you are on this interface? So click on your email to log in into your email. It's asking you for your password for your email. Okay, you already have an account, so you already have a Google Ads account before. So just cancel it on top. Look at it, yeah. Leave. Yeah. So leave it like though it's currently not active, maybe because you don't have money there. Have you not been logging into the system with your email with your system? And do email password reset. Because it's mandatory, you must use the email. I'm giving you guys a few minutes for those who are resetting password to reset the password. Sorry? Okay, so I say ads.google.com, which is ads.google.com. It takes me to the landing page for that. Then I click on Start Now, since my email is already logged in. So I click on Start Now, and it brings up this dialog box for me. Please, eyes on the screen. And after that, I click on, this is not where you are supposed to start from. But these days, Google would always insist that for you to create an ads account, that you must also create a campaign alongside. So instead of creating the ads account, it's asking me to create my first campaign. Okay? So how do I create the ads account without really creating the campaign? So eyes on the screen. So instead of clicking on this, I can click out. Right? So that box goes away. Now I scroll towards the bottom, I will see your business phone number, your app download page. So I'm using business phone number option. So everybody clicks that. Okay? Then I can click on next. Sorry, I'll put my phone number, change the country to Nigeria. Then put my phone number 07066557788. Right? I put the phone number, then I click on next. Please, eyes on the screen. Did we get the part we just left?
No,
Okay, so where are you? Have you clicked on get started? What do you see when you click on get started? Dialog box that tells you to create a campaign. I say you should click out. Have you clicked out? Click on an empty space. Okay, let me repeat it again. ads.google.com. Then it loads like this for me, right? Then I click on start now. Then, because I'd already passed here, it will not pop up again. But this is where it takes me to. Are we all here? You are here. Please, I need response, please. If you are here, then you scroll to the bottom. You say, where should people go after clicking your ad? I say you should use your business phone number, your business phone number. Have you all clicked on that? Then you see United States there. Change it to Nigeria. Sorry?
Enter your business name option or enter the web page. Then underneath, I'm saying call my phone number.
And that is the same as a phone number, yeah. You are using a mobile device, a phone, that is why. Now, I've said this time with that number during the Zooms. This is why I always hold Zoom sections before the main boot camp. I remember mentioning that the device you are using will determine what you will see. So that is the reason why you are seeing that, but it's still the same thing. Okay, so click on call my number. It will click on that. It will ask you for the name of country. You might see United States there. Yeah. Change it to Nigeria. Then put your Nigerian phone number there. I don't even know. I'm not really a fan of their rice. Maybe I'll try their swallow. Vegetable. Pando. What I need is even not just vegetable soup, rather I need afang. Tell them to prepare afang for me the way. And pando this thing. Yeah. Protein, goat meat. Okay. So are we all there? Have we added the phone number? Please, let's all be serious. Let's all be serious. Have we added the phone number? If you are practicing along, let me know. Have you added your phone number?
Yes, sir.
If you have added the phone number, you should click on next. When you click on next, it should say add more information to save time during setup. Do you see that on your own screen? Okay, if you see that, at the bottom you are going to see skip, and you are also going to see next. Do you see that on your own? Yes. So click on skip. Then it will take you to a place that says choose your goal for this campaign. Do you see that?
Yes. I missed this one there. After the country and the phone number, what?
Next. Click on next. So can we proceed, please? For those of you using your system, are you on the same interface with me?
Yes.
Okay, if you are on this same interface, the next thing you need to click on, skip again. Sorry, hold on. Come back if you have already clicked on skip. If you have not clicked on skip, when you scroll towards the bottom, you will see this that says not ready for a campaign. Set up an account only. Remember, what we want to create is an account. But the platform has been taking us through wanting us to create a campaign. So that's why we've been skipping most of the option. Now it has finally given you this. Can you see, for those of you using your system, can you see this option? If you see this option, click on set up a campaign only.
Set up
An account, sorry, only. Are we there now? Yes. So you will see confirm your account settings. Can you see that?
Yes. When you click on next, the next is to set up an account. Then scroll down to set up an account.
Yes. Then once you're there, you will see billing country, Nigeria, time zone, Nigerian time, currency, US dollars. Leave it the way it is. You are meant to be paying in dollars, not in naira. Because that's what Google accepts. Is it clear, please? Yes. Now you can now click on continue. It will take a while to load, and once it loads up, okay, now it has loaded. For me, it has loaded. So you will see, confirm your account and payment settings. Can you see that?
Yes.
Nigeria is there, your time zone is there. Now it's going to ask you for payment. Okay? Now scroll towards the bottom. You will see payment settings. You will see automatic. And you will see, for some of you, see the option of clicking on change. Is your change activated? Mine is not activated, and I know why. For some of you, when you are on this page, this is where your page I am. When you scroll to the bottom, you would see payment setting. Can you see payment setting? Yes. On your payment settings, what do you see? Manual or automatic? And is the sorry?
Payment setting.
Automatic payment.
Automatic payment now.
I'm saying add manual.
Okay, add manual, yes, and that's what I'm saying now. You see automatic payment, you change it to manual. Sorry, that's it. So click on it. Okay, it's already on manual, so continue. Okay. Okay, now for you to please one house. Okay, yours can't change, so leave it like that for now. I will come back to those who have automatic on their own that cannot change. Yours have option for change, so change it to manual. If you have option to change it to manual. But if you don't have the option for changing, leave it the way it is. Click on that manual payment. Click. Now, for those of you that has manual payment or that gives you option to change to manual, how you take reach here?
I have great
Okay. Okay, yours too is automatic. Now, for those of you that has automatic, I'm talking to you first now. For those of you that has automatic option, okay, yes, I think you have the same thing with me. Individual. Okay. Yours is also going to be automatic. Now, for those of you who have manual option, right? You cannot create the account if you don't put some money there. And the minimum you can put there is $10. Business has started. Say no money. I told you guys, everybody come with your ATM card and let there be money inside the ATM card. Yeah? So this So are you guys sure you want to run Google ad at all? Because you might not be able to continue now. Okay, go to automatic. But it might still reject your card even. The cards that are accepted, Nigerian bank card that are accepted is only Providus Bank.
So if we don't have Providus,
Boss Techboss has Providus. They can transfer to you now.
No, if you are transferring to me, it's supposed to be automatic. It's supposed to be manual. Then I'll just transfer the money into the account. For those who are doing manual, the money is after you make payment into the card, you just transfer the money. The money will be just the way normally it's transferred to Facebook. You can also transfer the money there. Automatic people will have to save their card there. So, or another option is that you have to create a virtual card. That is the second option. What do you call them? There are different virtual card services. Cheaper cash. So, take note, whether you are, most of these virtual cards are more expensive. Some of them are even using black. In fact, even the Providus Bank is also using black market rates. So take note of that. No, the thing is not about the MasterCard. The bank where that card is coming from is the issue. There is MasterCard. All Nigerian banks would use MasterCard. But the thing is that it won't accept most of them, exception of the Providus Bank. Not even all Providus Bank. They have Providus Bank card. It is the Platinum card. So you need to apply for Providus Platinum card. And the Platinum card is 5,000 naira to apply for it. So, yeah, open a Providus account and apply for Providus. Thank you. You can use dollar card if you have a domiciliary account. Apply for a dollar card.
okay, you can use dollar card.
Yes. Dollar card is what is accepted. But if you don't have dollar card, that's where you have to go through the using Platinum card and all of that. So is it clear now? So since you're not going to get... Those that are practicing alongside, are we together?
Then the street name, we should fill it in.
Yes, fill the street name. Once you are done
Like
filling,
where the company is or what? The street ID.
you can put your company address, anything. The Google doesn't know where any of those information. Just put an address there. Postal code for Ireland is 100242. That's for the island. Mainland, I can't remember. Google it.
What about the HPC?
That's not necessary. Just click on submit at that point.
Submit.
Yeah.
I'm not saying submit.
Have you submitted?
No.
Is the postal code again?
For Island, I say 100242. Create. Then submit now. Is it network? Why is the whole thing so slow all of a sudden?
Just submit, you're not pressing it.
Yeah.
Add payment.
So, yes, it would start asking you for payments. So that's where you now put your card details. Try your card detail.
One for Island, 10244 for Island.
You might be lucky. Yeah. Because hearing our voice, you were hearing other people's voice as well. Today, Realtor A say, buy land with C of O. Realtor B say, buy land with Gazette. Realtor C say, buy freehold. So, this is how some customers are confused. Your messages are not clear. They are not direct. If you must guide people through lifetime investments, your message must be consistent, your message must be clear, and your message must be correct. So that is how, the way she feels frustrated when she is now hearing somebody saying lie down. Another one is saying move forward. It's the same way the customers also get confused sometimes. Which one is even the right one to buy? Now that there is a topic that is trending about land use, what do you call it? Is it ground rent? Now that the topic of ground rent is reigning, Realtors have started. I know a realtor who created a video contest saying, don't buy land with C of O. Yeah, that is the caption of our message. Don't buy land with C of O. Though she made that statement is a hook to get the attention of people. Now, at the tail end, she now clarified the message that if you don't have money for ground rent, don't buy land with C of O. That is the message she was trying to pass. But she started it with, don't buy land with C of O. Now, knowing that some people like to see headline and carry headline and work with it, someone must have seen, don't buy land with C of O. And you go and tell them, why are you even saying I should buy land with C? I saw the other realtor the other day saying I shouldn't buy land with C of O. So these are things we need to understand in this whole business we are doing. Are we together? Okay, let's proceed now. So let's drop our phones and let's just refresh your page. If yours is still loading, refresh, just like mine is also loading. So just refresh. Jesus, everybody see more. People will go more. Okay, so I know at this point most of you. So it's not a place where you start using 2-point-something million naira to do trial by error. So you just have to get it right. Okay? So I'm starting the process all over again. So in case there are places you didn't get before. Recording my screen again. All right, so I go to app.google.com. That is step 1. Step 2, I click on Start Now because I'm already logged into my email. So I just click on Start Now. Because I've been creating ads accounts before, so I will see some of the ads accounts that I've created before now. We'll see them here with this particular email. But I'm going to start from the beginning. Start Google Ads account or new Google Ad account. Create new. So I wait for it to load. Then it takes me to this same interface, which we saw earlier. Then I click out. Then I use the option of phone call. Then I change to my country where I am running the ad from. The country where I'm running the ad from, Nigeria. So so I put in the phone number. And after putting the phone number, I click on Next. Then coming to this section, I click on Skip. Then I'll see these, I will still click on Skip. Or I can just, if I don't feel like clicking on Skip there, I can actually use the, okay, just click on Skip because of time. Leave campaign creation. Then it takes me to this interface where I put in my country, which is already there. I just cross-check if everything here is correct. It is correct the way it is. So I click on Continue. Then it takes me to the confirmation screen. On the confirmation screen, I have options here, payment profile. I can also switch to manual like I taught earlier. But if I'm changing to manual, it means I must have to add at least $10 to be able to create a manual account. Or I keep it on automatic and save my card details there. The option for card details, we say dollar card, first option, Providence Bank Platinum card, Providence Bank Platinum card, second option. Third option, you could do virtual card. Those are the 3 options that I gave to you. But since I already have, I think if I'm mistaken, I have card details saved here already, so I can actually proceed by using the automatic method because I have my card details saved there already. So all I just need to do next is to click on the last option here. There are 2 options here. One, personalized guidance from blah, 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 phone call. I don't need that. Don't need them to be calling me. But I can get email. So I say for email, I say yes. So then I click on submit. By doing this, is there anything I'm missing? Select yes or no to continue. Okay, sorry, no. So by doing this, the account is meant to be created. Okay, so that is how you create a Google Ads account. So once the Ads account is created, now I don't really know why it's taking forever to load. I'm beginning to suspect this could be coming from network or something. But I'll just use one of my existing accounts. But at this point,
Also where you are, and it keeps taking you back.
that could be network. Okay? So at this point, I could just cancel and go back to one of my existing accounts already. So let's say I switch to this one. Okay. So normally, once you click on submit and the account is created, this is how your Google Ads account looks like. This is the interface of a Google Ads account. Are we together, please? Yes. So now once you get here, the first thing is we'll need to start getting familiar with the icons and interface and so on. Okay? So once a Google Ad, you remember when creating the Google Ad account, you didn't give it a name. So the first thing it's not that it's mandatory, but the first thing I like to do is to give the ads account a name, especially for someone like me who creates account for different customers and I work for different customers. So I like to create an account and I make sure I give it a name so that I can remember the name. So how do you name? Because when you just create the account, it will show in numbers. A string of numbers will be the name. So how do I rename my Google Ads account? To rename the Google Ads account, hover on admin. There are different options at the left-hand side of your screen. You see different this thing here. So you click on admin or hover on admin. Among the options, you will see account settings. You will see preferences. So click on preferences. Okay. Please, I hope we are following. So when you click on preferences, you see display language is in English. Preference for, now you see account name, though this one has been named already. Account name. When you click on account name, you see numbers there. You change those numbers to the name of the account. So that is how, after changing the name, you now click on save. So that is how to name your Google Ads account. Now let me also explain from this point. When we say Google Ads, YouTube Ads, they are one and the same. The only difference is that YouTube Ads are the video version of Google Ads. So if I want to use a video to run ad on Google, it means it's YouTube ad I am running. But if I want to run ad where people will just search, like we did earlier, just search for something and they will see the link and click on it, that is the traditional Google ad, which is called pay-per-click. Is it clear, please? Okay. Once you have done that by renaming, so the next thing you might want to do, you can come back again to the beginning. Anytime you want to return back to the home page, just click on the name Google Ads. It takes you back to the home page. So I hover again, I'll see account settings. I can click on account setting. And if there is any form of setting I want to do here, wait for it to load. Okay. Now under account settings, you see the account name, whether the account is active. So you see there's need to set two-factor authentication. Sometimes Google might not even approve your ad if you don't set two-factor authentication on your ads account. Okay, and you see that in data protection contact. So take note of that. Okay, so these are just the basic things you can set here. So let's move to other things. Billing information. Maybe you want to change the card details there, or you want to switch from manual to automatic, automatic to manual. You see it here under billing. And when you hover on billing, you see billing setup. Okay, so you can see billing setup here is on automatic. If I want to change anything about billing, I can change it here. So I go back. Tools. The next thing, I'm taking it from the bottom to the top. So the next thing you will see is tools. So you see tools for planning, tools for shared library, and so on and so forth. Okay? But some of them are not really necessary for a beginner for now, so I will just try to focus on the ones that are very important to you for now. So, all right, so if my ad account has been created, what next are you supposed to do on Google? For me, should I just start running the ad, or what is the next thing to do? The first thing you need to do after creating your Google ad account, the next thing you need to do is to carry out keyword research. Keyword research. So I will switch back to my slide to explain some of the things about keyword research. So I already talked about keyword. Keyword are the terms people use. Keywords are the things you are vouching for, the keyword you are paying for. The keyword are the terms that will trigger your ad. So it is not like normal ad on Facebook whereby you immediately click on submit. Anybody that falls under that category will just see it. No. It is based on what they are searching for. So those words that will trigger your ad is what we refer to as keyword. While search terms are the exact term that people type into the search engine. They are most time different. Okay? So, now that being said, how do I plan my keyword and how do I prepare or do my keyword research? So, let me see, use Notepad to explain that to you. So the first thing you need to ask yourself is, what are the likely things people will search for when they are looking for my kind of product or services? That's one of the things you need to think of first. Then outside thinking of that, you also keyword, there are different types of keyword. That is another thing for you to take note of. There are different types of keywords. So, what are the types of keywords that are available? So when we talk about types of keywords, these are the different types of keywords that are available. We have what we call the broad match keyword, the phrase match keyword, the exact match keyword, and the negative keyword or negative match keyword. So what are their differences? Now, broad match keyword. Land in Epe. This is a keyword. It mustn't be a keyword is not really a complete sentence. Okay? Take note of that. A keyword is not a complete sentence. Land in Epe. It might not make sense. Land for sale. Now, these are examples of keywords. These are examples of broad match keyword. What that means is that this thing I've typed here like this, if somebody, like me just say land for sale in Epe, land for sale, right? Land for sale. Now, if somebody type land for sale in Epe, the ad will come out if it meets all other criteria. If somebody type land for sale in Abuja, this would also come out. If somebody search land for sale in any location that you have targeted, it would come out. But it is not well defined. I might be searching for land in Abuja, and you don't have land in Abuja, yet your ad is showing up. You are selling property in Lagos, whereas your ad is showing up to someone who is searching for land in Abuja. What is the advantage of using the broad keyword? The broad match keyword will give you large traffic. A lot of persons will see your ad. You will get a large click, but not relevant ones. Now, that takes me to the next type of keyword, which is phrase match. Right? This is what makes a phrase match. Are you guys seeing the screen at all?
No.
Can you see the screen now? Initially, this was what I had. Sorry, Ctrl Z, Ctrl C. This is broad match. This is phrase match. What do you think is the difference? One is in a quotation, one is not. What a phrase match means is that this word should be contained in that search for it to show. So if this is not contained, it won't show. Okay? Though Google is gradually beginning to loosen some of the restrictions, but what this means is that these three words must be in that thing the person is searching for. That's what phrase match means. It might not be written exactly the way it is written, but those three words, land, for, sell, those three words that makes up that phrase must be in the search for this ad to show. What will this one give you? Or what is the advantage of the phrase match? The phrase match would give you more relevant traffic. Now, I wrote the third one. The third one is the exact match. The exact match, you need to put them in an angle bracket. What this one means is that it is not just that this word should be in the search, but rather this word should be written in the same order for it to show. The disadvantage of this is that you get less traffic, but you get far more relevant traffic. So, the question is, which should you use among the three? The recommendation is the second, phrase match. It creates a balance between quantity and quality. So those are this thing. Now, what about the fourth one? What about the fourth one? The fourth one are, when we say negative, they are keywords that you don't want to show up whenever they are searched for. For example, property. When you say properties for sale, right? You will likely, if you don't indicate, you will also get, your ad will likely show under property for rent. Especially under the broad keyword. So, I don't want people who are looking for rent. I'm only looking for those who are looking for sale, who want to buy. So, I don't want, so rent is negative. What I mean is that anytime somebody search for land for rent or house for rent, my advert should not show up. So all those terms that that are almost similar to my industry or that are the same in my industry, but I don't really want to appear when my ad to be triggered when they search for such words, should not, I will have to list out all those words and put them under what we call negative keyword. Is it clear? All right, let's proceed.
Question, please.
Okay.
Okay, so for the phrase and exact, there's a quotation and anti-bracket.
Yeah.
How do you declare this negative?
There is a place you just type them in, that's all. Okay? Any other question? Okay. In the absence of question, let's proceed. So which would you rather run first, Google ad or YouTube ad? Okay. Everybody wants to do YouTube first. Okay. Well. I will sing of the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. In every breath that I... YouTube ad first. You see create. Okay? So what do you want to create? You want to create a campaign. You see new campaign, you see create, either one you click on, but just click on campaign. Please, eyes on the screen and also write. Please, let's not be distracted. If I have my way, this is the one, or this platform, today's class is the one I would say you should take more serious. Especially for those of you whose targets are very high. Please take this serious. Risk it and spend the money. Yeah, risk it and spend the money. You will get people who actually want to buy now, as in now. Not people who are just either making inquiries or just walking past and stumble on the ad. They love the face of the lady in the video and they want to see if they fill the form, whether it's the lady that will respond at the back end. That is not what you have here. Okay? Kilo Shele.
Sorry, sir. Please, what's the minimum number of days for
See, especially if you are just starting, it is always good for it to be long. Allow the platform to gather data. So it's better for it to be long. If you have been running ad consistently over time, you can start running short one, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But if you are just starting, I'll advise you run it for a longer period of time. The worst you might want to do is you might want to reduce the budget to maybe around $20. But professionally, I do $50 for most of my clients. $50 per day, multiplied by 30. Why are they? 50 times 30. It's not 90.
I know.
What are they calculating? It's 1,007 something now.
I'm just saying 1/8 approximately.
Okay.
Times 50 now.
Mm-hmm.
They work. I said 90K per day. Run am now. Run am. I said 90K per day.
You can also add immediately it is approved before you go to Shango Tedo and come back, you're already getting a call. That is how good Google Ad, how reliable and dependable it is. What's going on? All my life you have been faithful. All my life. Okay, so it has loaded up. Please, eyes on the screen. Eyes on the screen. Eyes on the screen. When you click on Create Campaign, just like Facebook, just like all other platforms, the first thing it will ask you to pick an objective. So what are the objectives you have here? You have sales objective, leads objective, traffic objective, awareness objective, local store objective, create a campaign with that objective. So you see different types. Which do you want? So that is step one. Let's say I'm going with leads or traffic. Okay? These are the two I will recommend for you, leads or traffic. No matter the one you are using, you need a website or a landing page. So you can't run away from the website aspect of it here. Website or landing page is mandatory here. So let's say I start with traffic. When you click on the first objective, it scrolls down and tells you to select the type you want to run. What type of Google ad do you want to run? Is it a search ad? That's the one you run on Google. Let me show you an example of a search ad. Go to Google, land or 4-bedroom bungalow for sale in Lagos. Let's see if I will see anybody running ad on this keyword currently. No one. Let me use land. Now land on, I like run ad on. Land for sale in Lagos. I can't seem to see an ad though. Did I turn off ad showing? And the other time, when I asked you guys to search for your name or tell somebody to search for your name, some of you were happy that you were showing on the search engine. Now, but the question I need to ask you is that, how many persons know your name? Because people will not search for your name if they don't know it. So now, let's go, if you have to go back now and search for, you sell land in Ekpe, So search for land for sale but whether you will come out among the options. So if you are not going to come out among those options, that means you are not visible online. That's what it means. So, but let's proceed for now. So search ads, performance max ad, demand gen ad, display ad, shopping ad, video ad. So this you see here is the YouTube ad. If I were to do this one, this is Google ad. If I were to do this one, this is display ad. It means you go to some blogs, you see ad there. Let me show you an example of a display ad. When you go to a platform like Linda Ikeji's blog, yeah. Let's see, we'll definitely see a Google ad among the ads. How come? Okay, still loading. Let's wait and see. Advert inquiry. You can use, some of you have money. Place ad here. You make sales. Okay. Well, is there no Google ad here today? Okay, let me click on one of these articles. If it's not showing on the home page, I want to believe it would show. Okay. Okay, this is an example of a display ad. This thing you see here, at the bottom you see Google ads by Google. Okay. At the bottom here, you see ads by Google. So this is a display ad. This is an example of a display ad. You run the ad on Google, but Google will in turn spread the ad to other people's blog, websites, and stuff like that. Okay? So that is an example of a display ad. But what you want to run is a YouTube ad. So now let's also go to YouTube and identify the different types of ad. Because even on YouTube, there are different types of ads on YouTube. Okay. Let's see on the home page. Let's see if we see an ad on the home page. Okay, this is an ad. This you see here. This is an ad. You can see sponsored. Okay, that is an example of a YouTube ad. Now outside this, let me click on one of these videos. Okay.
Many stories and many rumors in the last hours about Victor Gyökeres, one of the best strikers around Europe this season, doing fantastic sporting, scouted by many top
Uncle, shut up now. Let me see something important. So, okay. Okay, this is also an ad. This one too is an ad, but I'm looking for a normal video to click on. Okay, let me click on my song. Okay, so this is Wakana ad loading. This is an ad. So this is an ad. Hmm? That is all. This is another ad.
Dominio hoy con GoDaddy. ¿Quieres llevar tu proyecto a internet?
Now the question, the most difficult part, one of the difficult part of Google ad is your ability, YouTube ad is your ability to make sense within a short time. Because most of you like to introduce yourself. My name is Almighty Realtor. 5 minutes don't pass. Okay? So, these are some of the things you need to take note of. But there are other types of ad aside these ones you've seen. Let's look for more ads. This is an ad. Temu. All right, so at least you've seen the different some of ad examples of ad on. Now, YouTube ad can either show on the home page of the Google YouTube page, or it shows among the search results of, let's say I search for something on YouTube. I will see among the options, ad will be among them. Or it will show at the beginning of a video, which is that one it asks you to skip. It could show at the end of a video, or it will show while in between the video, while the video is playing. So it is now left for you to choose which of them do you want. Do you want the one that will show at the beginning, at the end, while the video is playing in between the video, or on the search result page? How do you want it? So let's go back to the ad platform. First thing, we've picked Google, YouTube. All right. David, my charger, please. The charger that we were using. So just plug it here. So after picking this, I click on continue. Okay, it will tell me to continue creating. Okay, so I'll just create. Please, this is a bit technical. I want everybody to pay attention. Now, after selecting this, I'm being asked to create a conversion tracker, which means Google wants to track people that click on your ad and actually came to your website. So, and this is where you create it from setup conversion tracking. So I click. Though you might likely, if it's your website, you just, maybe for the first time, you might just create it. Every other time, you just keep selecting it and using it. So where are you driving the traffic to? Is it to your website? So if it's website, so click on website, which is what most of you will likely use, website. Okay, so if it is website, then you now put your domain name there. Copy my domain name and I paste it there. You can scan. Now, it has not been set up because it's a new thing. It has not been set up. It's asking me, scan your website. Scanning your website will determine if it is already set up to major conversion. You may also see suggestion, blah, 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 action, but let's leave that aside. Let's proceed. Now, when people get to your website, what do you really want to track? That is the major thing. You need to know what you plan to track when they get to your website. Add conversion action. That's what we mean by conversion action. If they click on, they just view pages, or click on sign up, maybe they fill your form, or submit a lead form, especially. As a realtor, this is one of the things you need. Leads is what you need most of the time. So lead form, that's what I'm looking for. And what would show that they have submitted that form? What would tell you that they have submitted that form is after filling the form, the page either reload or take them to form submission, which is so that, like that thank you page, thank you for submitting a form. So it depends on how your own website was designed. If it is designed to show that after submitting a form, it should take them to a thank you page, or after submitting a form, it should just reload on itself, whichever way your website is designed to function. So I think mine is just to show this. Page reload. Now let's say I go to that website. Okay, this website is having issues, really? Let's change the other. All right, Techboss. So good. Okay, so what am I doing? I took .com.ng. Is there any website? What's going on?
Mr. Chris, wait, does it mean before you run YouTube ad, you must have a website? That's the only place.
Preferably have a website, but you can actually still run it without a website, actually. But those options are not too effective. So the website options are more effective. So, okay, let me use Danga. Realtors Marketing Academy. The domain is pending renewal expire. Oh, really? Delta properties. Okay, critical action. Delta Realtors. Okay, let me use Danga. Homes. See homes? I'm just trying to, okay, yeah. Aziz, please send message to Daniel. Tell him to check all the company websites, all of them. From Delta Properties to Tech Hub to RMA, you should check everything. Okay, let's say this is the website. Properties. Okay, so if I want to run an ad and I'm driving traffic to this page, let's say this is the page, though they've not put any write-up on to describe the property for now, but let's just assume this is the page. So I click, I go to the ads platform now. So, okay, URL. So it should reload to take me to contact us. Contacts. So when somebody gets to contact us after submitting a form, it should reload and take them to contact us. That's what this is saying. Or I could just do form submission. So form submission, where do I have the form? Let me go back. Where do I have the form? Where do I have the form? Okay. Just pick one of the options. Okay. Falcon. Okay. So So, I don't understand. Let me see your hand up. I don't understand. Let me see your hand up. Okay. Do you understand up to this point? Some of you are pressing your phone, so how will you even understand? So what we are trying to create in the campaign, the first stage is that you have to create something that will help you track or to help Google track the action people are taking on your website. Because Google cannot say, you can't say, I have generated lead. At what point will Google say, yes, we have delivered the result you paid for? So Google must have something with which it will track your website, the action. So what action, you say you want to run a lead generation ad, for example, or traffic ad. So when they get to your website, what do you want them to do on your website? I said I want them to fill a form. Now, what that means is that the page I am taking them to must have a form. So, and I have specified this page. So what Google will be looking at, okay, there's a form here. There are 2 forms here, or there are even 3 forms here. So Google will be looking out for people who would fill form on this page. That's what Google will be tracking. So what that means is every of the pages of this website that has property must be tracked. Okay? So first I'm adding the first one. I say add. Now see the funny thing that happened now. It said the form wasn't detected on the URL. Go back to make sure that the address is correct before you add this conversion. Do I want to go back? I can go back. If I don't want to go back, if I'm certain there's a form there, I can just click on add. Is it clear? Yeah. So, but currently it's just one page I am tracking. I want to add another one just to show you how it works again. I click on add conversion tracking, web, select the action I want them to take, submit lead form, submit form. What page of the website are they going to submit that form? Let's say this time I'm using contact us. So I'll copy the link for contact us. Contact, please, one house. Contact, submit, add the, so it is /. Please take note of what I'm actually putting here. Okay, I think I see the reason why this didn't work before. I put my personal website on top here, but the link I'm copying is from another website. So let me put the actual website I'm currently working with. So I'm putting the Danga Home website. So I scan. Yes, start all over. So this is Danga Home. Now I want to track what action will they do when they get to Danga Home. Let's say contact form or submit lead form, right? Now they should submit form. Then I go to those pages again where they have properties. You can see, like I advised you, was it yesterday? Each page, each property should have a page of their own. All the properties are here, but if I click on this, it takes me to a page of its own. That is how it's supposed to be. Okay? So now this is Milton City, Kasana. I copy the extension of that, copy the link, go paste it here. So what that means is Danga Home / the name of that page, right? Then I paste it here, then I click on add. Let's see this time if it will see a form or not. You can see this time it didn't complain whether I didn't see a form because there is actually a form there. Okay? Then I do, for just one more, just for clarity's sake, I do another one. This is another estate. I copy part of the link. Add, web, submit lead form, submit form, paste this, add. So this is what I will do for all the properties. But I want you guys to, let me even note those that are really following. What question do you have based on what we started with at the beginning and this website? What question do you have? Let's note those that are really following. When we started, when I was explaining some of the metrics that Google will look out for to determine your relevancy score, we mentioned link, the keyword in the link. I mentioned what again? Speed.
Quality, content score.
Mobile friendliness. What next? Check your page, your notes. Let's see. Content Guinea. The keyword should appear on the URL. Now, but when you look at this website for now, the keyword is not on the URL. So I expect you, if you actually follow, I expect you to have noticed that. Are we together? If you're actually following, I expect that you should have noticed that the keyword is not on the URL. Because based on this website now, this website will have a low relevancy score because the keyword, though I've not really specified the keyword, but people would definitely not search for whether not Vanera or whatever. People will not search for that. So the thing that people will search for is what would be here, inside this place. Yeah, it could be land for sale in Abuja or the exact location of the property. Land for sale in maybe Kasana, as the case may be, right? Or C of O land with C of O, stuff like that. That is how it's supposed to be. But that doesn't mean that the name of the estate should change to that keyword either. This is where people make the mistake. When you are uploading the property into the website, there's a place that provides you name, and there's a place that provides you URL. Now, most of the time, most people don't pay attention to the URL. They just put the name. So when you put in the name and save it like that, the name automatically becomes the URL. So that is where the mistake comes from. So even as this website has been built like this, if I want to run ad for them, which we actually plan to do, because this is one of our clients in Abuja, when we want to run their ad, what we'll not do is we'll edit the URL to suit the keywords we want to target. So we'll edit all the URL of all the pages where we have properties. So that is how it works. So this is the reason why sometimes when we run Google ad, they tend to charge you more. Because sometimes it might even require rebuilding your entire website. Because
The URL will be the URL slash the name of the.
yeah, so what you have, okay, let me use Nigerian Property Center as an example for you to see. So this is Nigerian Property Center. Let me just click on one property. Okay. Still loading. The speed of internet suddenly dropped, I think. Here's a baby. See how far you brought me. I'm so glad you found me worthy. I can see, I can tell, no. It's your grace on my days. I will sing your praise. Okay. So when you look at, okay, we're still loading. Network is becoming slow. Okay. Now, When you look at this property, please eyes on the screen. The name of the estate is Lush Arena Estate Phase 1. Right? But what is inside the URL? For sale, land, residential land, Lagos. Oh, okay, let me pull it down. Okay. But if I minimize it like this, it won't show. Okay. Yeah. Can you see it now? NigerianPropertyCenter.com/for sale. For sale is the primary keyword. Then you now have land /residential land /Lagos /Epe. So if I type land for sale, you already covered the keywords. In Epe, Epe is already here. So this property will likely come up. You get the gist. So that is how it's supposed to be done, even in your website. So if you want to run a Google ad, it's not just about saying, bring a URL, let's put there. These are the things that makes the difference. All right? So let's go back to... But do you understand what I did here? Adding the... Okay, now what it means is that Google say, you say you want to drive traffic to your website. You want them to take certain action. We also need to confirm that people have taken that action. So for us to be able to confirm that, the page where you want people to go to put it on the web, on our platform, so that we can track when people take that action. So that's what this conversion tracking is all about. Once you have done that, which I have added two pages already, I can now click on agree and continue. Wait for it to load. But remember, this tracking aspect is only done once on your website. Okay? If you have done it before, you don't need to do it again. So don't panic that, so if I want to run that, so this is what I'll be going through. It's not all the time. For the first time, yes, this is what you go through. After that, you just run your ad straight off. Okay?
Okay, so please, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
For, when you talk about websites, is it, okay, for people like us that are working for companies,
Yep.
is it company websites that...
You are supposed to own your own website.
Okay, we should have our personal
Yes.
website.
If your department is marketing and sales, you're supposed to have your own website, even as you work for a company. So, after you are done creating it, how do you add the code? Because it will generate certain code for you. It has not ended. You just created the conversion. Now, you have to set it up. So all you just need to do is click. What just happened? No, I have internet too. Who is Galaxy Qua? How did you connect to?
It's not Galaxy AOC.
Yes.
It's my phone.
How did you connect to?
I think your laptop is my phone. My network is bad. I think let me...
Don't worry, I've switched to mine already. Okay. Joanne, are they not ready? Please go and call them. Tell them it's time for our break. Tell them I say so. Property section, there's the services section and all of that. Are you verified?
Yes.
Okay, so just consistently post.
On the updates?
Both. Both. So, because that's the more or less like the social media platform or business listing platform of Google. So we are currently on break already while they are bringing the food. You can ask questions generally while we are waiting for them to deliver the food. Huh? I will definitely do it. Or should I continue? Cue on something first, theoretical, before we move back to practical. There are different content frameworks that we need to understand. Come on. There are different content frameworks that you need to understand if you must get. It's not just about saying, I just want to start writing, or that I just want to start talking. Because when we talk about content, it's not only about what you write, it includes what you say via audio, via video, and so on. Okay, so one of the most popular and generally acceptable framework, you can sit down now, please. One of the generally acceptable framework you need to understand is what we call the AIDA copy framework. The AIDA copy framework. That is the first thing we need to look at first. Are we ready? Each of the letter here means different things, actually. A stands for attention. That's the first thing.
Sorry, what are we treating on now? How to write?
Copy framework or content framework. Just call it content framework. Are we ready now? Yeah. So, here A stands for attention. That is the first thing you need to take note of. Attention. Sorry, give me a minute. Let me open all my details. So, now when we talk about the attention, the first thing you need to do when using the framework, your focus first is to get the attention of either your listeners, you get the attention of your readers, just get the attention of your audience. And how do you achieve that? You can achieve that by either asking a question, which means you start if it's a video, you could start your video with a bold question. Is Lagos still a viable location to buy property in Nigeria? That is a question. Or the lady I said made the content and said that don't buy lands with C of O in Nigeria. That is a bold statement. When you make such statements, people want to know what is this one saying? Sometimes the statement can even sound a bit controversial. just to gain the attention. Among all the real estate developers that I know, one person that understand marketing very well is the CEO of P1 Plus, Mr. Julius. You understand the principle of marketing very well. And I guess that is why his affiliate is doing better than other affiliates in P1. Now, I remember back then, he wrote an article that is, the headline of that article say, before you buy land in Lagos, sell your wife. That was the caption of the article in a magazine. And that magazine, for the first time, the magazine sold out, and they had to republish new ones again for them to be able to meet up the demand. Now, but the question is, at the end of the statement, he was actually able to still pass the message. What he meant was, for you to buy property in Lagos, you should sell the idea to your wife, else she will not support the idea, so you will struggle while trying to save money to buy that property. So that is the meaning of the article, but the point is that the statement or the caption got people interested to read the magazine, because that was the major headline for that magazine for that month. So when you start your video, when some of you are busy introducing yourself, is that an attention grabbing? Or when you start greeting me, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching me from, is that an ideal attention grabbing startup? So what question? So before you even think of while preparing for the article, you need to think of, what can I say? What can I do that would capture the attention of my viewers, of my listeners, of my readers? That is the first thing you look at. Because the caption has a lot of role to play. Now, our upcoming Abuja program says, the theme of the event says, billion plus real estate masterclass and conference. Now, we designed a flyer with that caption. But funny enough, that flyer we used to run ad, we had less than 20 persons that signed up. Now, but the topics we want to teach in that conference, we also designed the same flyer, but just changed the caption to those headline, which I think one of them is lead generation. One of the things we want to teach there is lead generation. One is customer acquisition. So those things form different headlines. And those are the ones that get 100 and something people signing up. Some got 80-something persons signing up, just like that. Which means if we had used only the caption of the event to run the ad, we won't get much persons to sign up. So it's the same thing. And this approach we have also used even with realtors or real estate companies we consult for. I remember we did that with a city bed in Abuja. He sent us the flyer of his product to run ad. I told my team to redesign the flyers. Redesigning the flyer made the name of the estate very small somewhere and add a caption on the flyer saying, own a piece of the Federal Capital Territory. Own a slice of the Federal Capital Territory. Own a piece of Abuja. That were the caption. Now, we used the one he sent us to run the ad. We also used our design to run the ad. Those ones we redesigned got us better leads than the ones that were using the name of the estate. So the point is, the first thing people want to see is the attention first. If you can get my attention, then I will begin to think about your offer. No attention, your offer is useless. And that is the same reason why we say that before you, we always say that before you do anything in marketing, your attention is what matters most. That is why I started by saying earlier when we started in the morning that your advertisement is not meant to sell the product. The advertisement is meant to sell the click. So until I am willing to click, and what will make me to click is when you get my attention. Are we together? So that is the first. So A stands for attention. Then the next one there is the I. The I there stands for interest. Once you have been able to grab their attention, the next thing is you need to build on gaining their interest as well. And how do you build on their interest? You start by highlighting the unique value or benefit of your products or services. Uniqueness of their product or services. Now I'm going to call two persons. You are going to practicalize what I'm talking about right now. So start thinking of your products. So the attention to interest. So instead of saying, my name is Obianuju Deborah, like some of you, I even talk, when you are shooting your video, you are talking like you are in choir practice. This is how you are moving. So instead of going that route, after making the bold statement, the next thing is the uniqueness of your products. Okay? What is unique? What do I stand to gain? Okay? When I buy your products. That is that uniqueness that no one is offering. And for those of you here that are developer or top management in companies and all of that, when your company is coming up with a new product, one of the things you should be thinking of while preparing for that product launch is what is going to be unique in our estate. And this is the reason why I always say that marketing starts from product development, product and service development. Marketing does not start after you have decided the estate you want to build. You just push it to, you now tell realtors and staff marketing members, oh yeah, come and start, go and market. It's not pure water. So your product should always have something that is unique about it. Okay, so, and that is how you build your interest, uniqueness, highlight the uniqueness of the products, and that is how you are able to grab their interest. Share a story, facts, or an exclusive features. Located just minutes away from the Lekki International Airport, though a lot of other properties are within such. So location can be a uniqueness. That's the point I'm trying to make. It is located few minutes away from the food and logistic hub. Okay, so so what is unique about your products? Somebody was marketing about solar powered homes. I think what's their name? What's the name of this company again? That own these properties that has a Citadel. Thank you. So that is uniqueness. Some people are building communities or cities or estates that are solar powered. Okay? So that uniqueness. 24 hours power supply. And all of that. So these are examples. Then the next thing is the D there stands for desire. And how do you create or build their desire? Create a sense of need or urgency. You either create a sense of urgency. Pre-launch price, with the pre-launch price, you'll be buying this property at 4.5 million instead of 6.5 million. That is a sense of urgency. And have you noticed about, let's say Milo, for example, when doing advert, they always tell you why stock lasts. Has Milo ever sold that before? That is a sense of urgency. They don't add the day the promo is going to end. They tell you while stock lasts. So stock can last just tomorrow. They can tell you stock is finished. Okay? So the essence is to create a sense of urgency. That's just the point that they are trying to do with that. So when people see that there is urgency in the thing, they will be willing to take out. When there is no urgency, people feel relaxed. Because the way to actually manage your time as a human is to break your time into different frameworks. Break your activities into different frameworks. What I mean by different framework is that, number one, you break your time into, or your activities into urgent and important. You break your activities into urgent but not important. You break your activities into important but not urgent, and not urgent and not important. So it's 4 different categories. That's how you're supposed to break your activities as a human. So, and even as a CEO, you are supposed to, or a top business executive, so you need to look at, okay, am I supposed to focus on, because some of you are focusing on the things you love to do, not the things that are important. You just want to post on Instagram or what do you call WhatsApp status. Not because that is what is, you know that nobody will see this thing, but you want to post there because you feel that is what is convenient for you. So as a salesperson, as a business person, you must work with the 4 framework. The one that is not important and not urgent, some of them can be delegated. As a top business person, you are not supposed to be responsible for such. The ones that are urgent and are important are the ones you should always focus on. Because most of the time, those ones would make more impact in your day. It is not the number of things you accomplish in your daily calendar. Rather, it is the number of important things you accomplish in your daily calendar. That is what makes you effective as a salesperson, as a business person, and as a human in general. So, now the last one. Action. The last one there is action. When you write, when you speak, please always remember to tell people the action you want them to take. After listening to this video, call me. And if you call me right now, you are getting this. Is that statement familiar? And who uses that statement more? Confidence. Thank you. So you must end your videos, end your writings with a clear call to action. If I visit your website page, what are you expecting me to do there? After I read everything you have done there, you have written there, what next? Even that ad you are running, what is the call to action? Click on this button to fill a form. Or click on this button to call. So you must have a clear, let them know what they are doing. Some pages, when you get there, you are confused. You don't know where to continue after that. So always have a clear call to action. On YouTube, call to action, subscribe to my channel. So what is your call to action in that campaign you want to carry out? Do you have a call to action? If you have a call to action, what is it? So that is the AIDA framework. Question.
AIDA, the last thing for action. Okay.
Question. Why is this one not moving? Okay. The next, you have a question?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
So my question has to do with this
this call to action.
Okay.
And you said when we are rounding off our video, we should have a clear, picture of what we want them to do.
Yep.
Then you made mention of somebody saying, if you do this, if you call me right now, you're going to get this. I want to understand something here, sir. Is there a way one will use this call to action, then it wouldn't sound as if you, the salesperson, is desperate? Like, you are desperate.
Now, this is first thing you need to note about advertisement. Okay? Advertisement or content or marketing in general, you must have what we call an offer. 90% of the advert you people are running does not have an offer, and that is why you can't sell. That, if you call me now, that thing that they will get is the offer. So when you write even your video script, you should have an offer. Every advertisement or marketing message should have, especially advertisements, should have an offer. Mandatorily, it should have an offer. Don't write ad copy, add content, or write video script without including an offer. There should always be an offer. Because the idea is a hook, story, then offer. That's the framework. The hook is the grabbing of the attention we talked about. The story would build both interest and desire. Then the offer is what will lead to action. That's how it's meant to be. So, but most people they only tell story. Some manage to have hook. Okay? So the story, so if you just write this, and there is no this or this, it's not complete. So always have this in the back of your mind, which is HSO. Any other question? All right, in the absence of question, we'll move to PSA. PAS. Where the P there stands for problem. You start the script with a problem, mentioning the problem or the challenge the clients are going through. The difference between the flyers we designed that I just mentioned, that I talked about, having one that has the main caption of the event and another one just talking about the topics that will be taught. The problem realtors have is how to run ad and generate lead. Forget the billion plus. They don't think about billion plus. What they are thinking about is, how do I run ad? How do I make sale? So that is why they didn't pay attention to the billion plus sales strategy bootcamp for the Abuja program, but they paid attention to the lead generation masterclass, how to close sales. The flyers that had those captions got their attention because that is the problem they have. Now, coming to you, what are the problems your customers have? In the real estate sector. What are the problems they have? Failing to buy land, or fear of buying the wrong land, or fear of buying the wrong property, scam, buying property that will lead to demolition, buying property in the name of land banking, and 2 years later you go back there, the estate is no more in existence. These are some of the challenges that the people are facing. So how do you frame this And that is what you start your script with. And let me also make this clear, that we say start with a problem does not mean that the way you frame that problem matters also. Because there's a way you frame that problem, people will also suspect you. Especially, I remember I was telling one director who went to estate lunch in one of the real estate companies to consult for, and who gave mic to the directors to speak and say something. And all they could be saying that we are not like other real estate companies that are not giving, that are selling audio land. We sell, okay, okay. How am I sure? Because those people who sold audio land, that is the same thing they said. So he was wondering why we didn't use when the video came out, those ones where they were speaking those jargon were not among the videos we released. So what about the other, the one of that video where I spoke, that video is not useful. So these are things you need to take note of. Okay? Then, the A, agitation. You need to agitate. And when we say agitate, agitation is highlighting the consequences of not solving that problem. That is what you are doing. Say, for example, buying land without documents, or without original documents, or buying land without doing due diligence, buying land without having a lawyer, buying land without having an experienced realtor. Okay? Now, what would be the consequences for buying such property? That is what the agitation is about. So you agitate by telling them the consequence, what they would likely face if they continue that way. What could happen? Just like a story somebody was telling me some months back about a realtor who sold a house. Is it a house or a land again? Either of them. But the issue is that it was a lease, not a sale. A land of almost 200, either a land or a house of almost 200 and something million naira. They didn't know that what they signed was a lease agreement. 10 years lease. 10 years lease. That's what they signed. Not sale. And I know real estate company that offer such service. It's just that either the realtor herself does not know what she was doing, or both she and the customer, the both of them, is a lease. Now, example is some of the kind of property Flips does in the mainland. Not all of them are sale. Some of those joint venture they do, what they do is, we demolish your father's land, or your father's old house. We are going to build property here. But we will use this property for approximately 10, 15, 20, depending on the duration, years. After that, we are handing over the property back to the original owners of the land or the house we demolished. Now, when we finish building, we would have built blocks of apartments. We, on our own end, will also look for people who will buy it based on that short lease. So that is what. So it's a business model. It's just that either the realtor was not well informed, or whether not only she waka come. I don't know which of them. But the point is that there was serious issue. The realtor almost went to prison for it because the client arrested her first. So it took the intervention of, I think, a friend of ours or a landlord who knows the king that is in charge of that area, of that land in that area, to get involved and all of that before the matter was resolved. The thing is, these are examples of agitation. Why you should buy property in as much as some of you don't like lawyers because you feel, which is true though, lawyers would sometimes be your customer. So because of that, you decide not to be getting lawyers involved. But the truth is, you can also, you are supposed to always get lawyers involved. You should have a framework, or what I call a legal system in place. You don't need to employ the lawyer as a staff. You just need to have a trusted lawyer that you always relate to. When the thing is, you don't also need to expose your customer's contact to the lawyer or the surveyor. My client wants to buy land. You already told your client that he's supposed to pay for verification of title and maybe carrying out of a survey. So you take your lawyer to your surveyor to site. He picks his coordinates. You get the document. Lawyers does his own work without having interaction away. It's not when they have access to it. So these are some of the things you need to take note of. Right? So agitate. Then the last one is the solution. So you introduce your products or services as the solution so building generational wealth. Now let's say talking about building generational wealth, I could start with a storyline of, like there's a saying that there's a statement that if you are born poor, it's not your fault. But if you die poor, it's your fault. Right? So now, if I start with, have you ever wondered the meaning of the statement, if you are born poor, and all of that? After you start that kind of, then you begin to talk about parents who fail to invest for their children or in their own life and blah, 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 blah. Then that is, and what are the consequences of not investing? Is being poor or always working for money, working hard and pushing wheelbarrow even at your old age, going to do security job and all of that. Those are examples or the consequences of choosing not to invest. Now, what is the solution? Investment. You begin to talk about your products and your services. Okay? So that is just like a clue to how you can use that framework. Now the last framework. Okay, what's happening? Why? It's still not showing on the screen. The last one, the 4U formula, where the first U stands for urgency, the second U stands for uniqueness, the third U stands for useful, and the fourth U stands for ultra-specific. So these are different ways of writing I just taught you. So you either writing, because the truth is, before you shoot video, please write what you want to say. Don't just go and stand in front of the camera and be talking. Yes, have a script. So whether you want to shoot video, write it in using one of these frameworks. Whether you want to write for your blog, use one of these frameworks. So whichever thing you want to do, use the framework. Okay? So this should guide you while you are writing. Am I writing? Which of the framework would fit better for what I want to write or what I want to say? So choose the framework that best suits what you want to do and work with it. So this is, even when you are going to be using your ChatGPT, you can tell ChatGPT, generate a script for me talking about C of O, the importance of C of O, using the AIDA framework, and it will structure it according to what we've just said. If you also tell it using the for you formula, it will also structure it accordingly. So whether you are the one doing the writing or ChatGPT is the one doing the writing, just tell him the platform which of the frameworks to use, and it will structure your copy for you accordingly. Are we together? Yes. Okay. Now let's sit down again and run ad. There is no time if you have said it, and you will do it. What's happening? You have the track record of keeping your word. You are okay. Who understand what we did before we went to break? Even if you don't understand, but you're able to write it down step by step before we went to break. Yeah. Don't worry, when you read it, you will understand. You were able to capture what we did before we went for break. Yes. Okay. Okay, so I would take the whole process, not from creation of this thing though. I would start from campaign and take it again. So we will, or like I said, I want more realtors to be running Google and YouTube ad this year. That is my focus this year. Because among all the realtors I mentor, I don't think there's anybody, okay, just few of them, that have a sales target that is below $1 billion. And I'm certain they can't just scale, or they can't scale to that level without a Google ad. I'm certain of that. So that's the reason why Google ad is like a major thing we will be teaching this year. So, media, please, I need the front light off, please. Thank you. Okay, let me start by recording. Start capturing. Okay, okay, I'm not even using this. Where is it? Is the please help me with it. So, resume. So I'm back to my Google Ad interface or Google Ad account interface, anyone you want to call it. Now, what are the steps for running a Google or YouTube, either one? What are the steps for running a YouTube ad? Okay? Step one, I say you need to create a campaign. And to create that campaign, you need to, since you are driving the traffic to your website, you have to link the Google Ad account to that your website. Okay? That is what that thing we're doing before. That's what it's about. So create a Google Ad account. To create a Google YouTube ad, you must link your website to your Google Ad account. Okay? To create a Google or YouTube campaign, you must link your website or your landing page to your Google Ads account. So, but you start by creating a campaign. And how do you create a campaign? You click on Create New Campaign. Then you wait for it to load. Network. Okay. Once you click on Create New Campaign, it asks you to pick an objective. And I said, as a realtor, two of the following is what I would recommend. Leads or traffic. Those are the ones I would recommend. And I started out with traffic. So I click on traffic. After clicking on traffic, it will now ask me to create a conversion goal. What do we mean by conversion goal? When the traffic gets to your website, what you want them to do is what we mean by conversion goal. So, now, let me remove the ones I created before. Go to conversion. Now, when you click on create conversion, it takes you and it's going to ask you, where are you going to do this conversion? You already know that it's your website. So you click on website. Then it will ask you to put the domain name of your website. So in this case, I am using Danga Homes. After typing in or putting in the domain name, you click on scan. It will scan your website. And why is it scanning your website? It wants to be sure if you already have a conversion goal that is linked to your website. That is what you are scanning for. And if you don't have it, then you can start creating it now. So how do we create it? You can have different conversion goals on your website. For example, you want people to fill a form. That is a conversion goal. You want people to click on a button and start shouting you up. That is a conversion goal. So whatever thing you want people to do on the website when they get there, that could be conversion goal. And it's not, you could have several conversion goals on one single website because each page might have different action you want them to carry out. So take note of that. Now, conversion goal. What are the categories of conversion goals that Google supports? Number one, we have the purchase goal. We have the add to cart. Sorry? We have the add to cart goal. These are mainly for e-commerce businesses. Okay? We have the begin checkout. We have the subscription or subscribe. We have the contacts. We have the submit lead form. We have the book appointment. We have the sign up, request quotation, and so on and so forth. Now, which should you do as a realtor? One of the advisable ones to use as a realtor, number one, is submit lead form. Why? Because as a realtor, what you're always looking for is lead form or is lead. Okay? So that is one of them. Then number two, you can also use contacts. And number three, you can use book appointments. You can also use sign up. Okay, so these are the ones you should, or that are advisable to use as a realtor. All right? So I will start with the first one, which is submit form. Now, what page of the website will the form be submitted? You also have to specify it. Now, form submission, then I will have to specify the page. So I go to the page, I copy the uniqueness, what is unique in that page. What makes this page what it is this extra part, so dangahomes.com/Vanera Estate. That is it. At this point, I can click on add. That you are clicking on add does not mean it has been added to the website already. Take note of that. You are just clicking on add to add it to your Google Ad account, but you still have to link it later. But first, this is the first stage. Then I create the next one again. So you can just do one and continue. But I want to add one more. Website, category, book appointment, submit form. Let's say I use contact us for the form. For those of you who would plan to run ads, let me give you these free this thing. For those of you who will be need to run your Google ad for the first time. Please, while you are preparing for the ad, let me know the day you want to run the ad. And most likely you can call me. And if it's a day that I'm not going to be available, I will also tell you. So that while you are doing it, if you have any error, I can always guide you. Or if you have any challenge, I can always guide you. Okay? So take note of that. Okay, so I add contact and I say add. So I have added them now. So you say create a conversion. Now, there are different ways you can add this to your website. You can either copy it and go and paste it on your website, or there are ways to link it. The best, I prefer the manual option actually. So you can say add a conversion manually. So this is what you see. It will generate some certain code for you. And you just copy the code and go and paste it somewhere on your website. This aspect of it, you must work alongside the person that built the website. This part of adding the code to the website. The day you want to link or you can just copy the code and send it to the person who built your website. That person will now, he or she will always know where to put it on the website. That is how it works. Is it clear? All right. So I will save and continue. At this point, I will save and continue. The event is already used by conversion. Okay, the ones I created before. Oh, I'd already created some before. Let me see. Which one should I delete? Okay. Save and continue. Do I have the one I've not used before? Okay, let me just... Because I've already used this Kurudu, Abi, whatever before we went on break. Don't save this conversion. So it's telling me that I've already used those names before. So let me see. You need to add, oh, I've deleted it. Now it's telling me I need to add. Let me just do one book appointment. This from submission, contact, add. Okay, so. Okay, yep, so. Now, activate measurement with blah, blah, blah. So I can just say done. Now I've created so these are the conversion action in totals that I've created, or conversion goals that I've created. So with this, I can go back to creating my campaign again. Now when I click on create campaign this time around, and I choose traffic, and I click on, I can pick any one of them to use at this point, because I already have them. So video, remember, is what we want to use. Is YouTube ad. So if you don't create that conversion goal, it won't go through. Okay, so take note of that. Now it's time to run the ad properly. So first thing first, the name of the campaign, just like we do it on Facebook, the name of the campaign. January Boot Camp. Okay. Is it, what do you want to measure? Is it when somebody fills the form, you say is successful, or at what point do you want Facebook to be charging you? Is it by clicks, by conversion, or is it by conversion value? So you either use these two. So let's say I want to go with clicks, then my daily budget. Okay? So for my daily budget, all I just need to do is to say, let's say $20. Your campaign may not perform well because your budget is too low. For your selected location targeting, increase your budget to at least, Guinea?
$50.
Okay, so when I have been telling you, it isn't a joke, you did hear the joke. So, but that does not mean it won't go, but he's just giving you that suggestion. For YouTube ad, you can actually use between $20 to $25. It works because the views are low in terms of price. All right, so that has been done. So I've set my budget. When do you want the ad to start? Start date and end date. For Facebook and Instagram, I told you leave the time and date. Please, on Google, specify the date too. Because don't forget your card is there. They will just be debiting from your card. So always specify when you want it to start and when you want it to end. So take note of that. So 25th, let's say I want it to start by tomorrow. So that is 26. Then location and language. We recommend setting location and language, okay, at the asset level, blah, blah, blah. Now devices. You know, these days, people use their television to view YouTube. So do you want it to also show on television? Yes. Or how do you want it to? So when it shows on television, how would they click? Okay, so I prefer you use, so you can keep these three, but I always remove TV. That's my preference. I always remove television. Okay? So, and even sometimes I even remove this. So, mobile and tablets. So take note of that. Then do you have specific operating system? Android, iOS, Windows that you would prefer to use? I always say leave it on all operating system. Device model, leave it. Network, leave it. Ad schedule. Now, the beauty, this is one of the things I love about Google ads or YouTube ad. You can say, I want the ad to run only in the morning and not run in the evening. I want the ad to run only in the evening and not in the morning. You need to know when do you think your target audience would be online. Okay? So you can choose the time frame. But if you are not sure of that time where your target audience would be online, then please leave it like that. Just choose Monday to Friday. Okay? So all days, so already have it on all days. Then third-party measurements, for now, leave it the way it is. Campaign URL, leave it the way it is. Google Video Partners, leave it the way it is. Let it always be disabled. Then I am done setting up my campaign. Remember, we did similar thing on Facebook. We set up the campaign, then we move to ad sets. Now, it's also 3. I've set up the campaign, now I'm moving to ad group. Okay? So, I will scroll down, scroll up to double check, because $50 is not Shire Cambia. So you need to be sure whether you have done the right thing so you don't lose your money. Okay? Now we proceed to go to ad group 1. So I go to ad group 1. Now I give ad group 1 a name. Now, that is the name of ad group 1. Or I can, if I have a specific keyword I want to use, I can say land in Epe. Right? So, now location. Place one household. Select where do you want people to be able to see your ad from? Do you want to also target diaspora or you want to target only Nigeria? The Google ad works for everywhere. Okay? So it's just dependent on you to choose. Okay? So take note of that. So let's say, don't go and choose all territories all countries and territories, oh, because you don't even get money, self. And what it means that you want the ad to run, be seen in all parts of the world with your $20 per day. Okay, so let's proceed. So here, I like to use this, enter another location. So when you specify enter another location, you can go to enter location. So you begin to specify the location. Instead of just choosing Nigeria, you can specify the location. Maybe Abuja, Port Harcourt, so you can just select the cities. That is an option. Then if you want to go a bit more advanced, you can target by, so in this option, enter a location to include or exclude. Now, Lagos Business School. Lagos Business School. It's not showing. Okay. Sorry. It's running now. Okay, let me just use specific location like Banana Island. Banana Island. Okay, I think Ikoyi. Okay. There is nothing you cannot do. There's no mountain. Funny thing. The parts Google term as Lagos, not all the places. See where Lagos end here. Okay? Ikorodu not follow for Lagos. Lekki not follow. So, but that's the truth now. Lagos is mainland area down. So, all these are extension. So, but you can actually extend it if you want to. Okay? So take note of that. Or I can now also come here and say Lekki. Okay? So you can see now I'm including Lekki, Lagos. It's recognized as a city on its own. So you can see it now has this aspect. Then Ikorodu. And it's giving you the estimated people that will likely see it from that location. Okay? So, is it clear, please? So once you finish picking the locations, you can save. Okay? So you can target a city, you can target a neighborhood, you can target an area. So take note of that. So I save. So let's assume these are the only locations I want to target. So I save it. Then, once you are done with location, the next thing is going to ask you for is language. Please, English. Don't go and choose all language before China people will call you. So, that is for this section. Now you move to audience. Create an audience. So there are different ways of creating audience on Google Ad. You are either targeting people as custom audience, which means you have email addresses of the people you want to target. You can upload them. That is an example, or their phone numbers. That is an example of custom audience. Okay? So you also have lookalike audience. You also have what we call your data, people who have been viewing your YouTube videos. If you have been getting a lot of views from your YouTube videos and you want to target those people that have been viewing your videos, you can actually do that as well. Okay? Then you have people you can target by interest and demographics, just like you do on Facebook, where you target people by interest, demographics, or behavior. All of that is here as well. Then you have the option to exclude people. So there are different ways of targeting on the Facebook or on the YouTube platform. So first I give it a name. So let's say I will teach the common one first, then come back and show you more. The beauty of YouTube is that YouTube have more data, or Google has more data than Facebook and Instagram. Okay? Because provided you are using an Android phone, Google has all of your details and everything you do with your phone. Every single thing you do, Google has that data. So you can actually target people that are visiting certain websites, people that are using specific apps. So I could target everybody that has GT Bank app on their phone. I can target anybody who have Nigerian Property Center app on their phone. So any app you can think of that your target customers might be using, you can target them through Google Ad. Are we together? Okay. So, but before I start teaching you that, let's do the one you already used to first, which is interest and demographics. So, I click, I browse. Now, under interest, even the interest and demographics is also structured. In market. What does in market mean? These people are currently in the market searching for something. So, in market, which of the markets? Apparel, accessories, business, and so on and so forth. But that is not where you are looking for. So let's real estate. Now, open real estate. Inside that opening, you see commercial properties, residential properties. Also open it down. You will see for sale. You will see for rent. Only pick for sale because you are not renting. Then you move on to residential. You will see residential property for sale. This is enough to run ad. Okay? This is enough to run ad. You can just pick only this and continue from, you can choose not to do any other thing again. But if you still want to do more, let's dig in more. So currently, under in markets, this is the ones that concern real estate. Unless you also want to appear to people who are buying appliances and all of that, pets. But when it comes to real estate, in market, that is the option you have. Now, you also have the one they call live event. How many of you use Google Planner? The app, there's an app called Google Planner. Okay. Never mind.
Tell us now. What does it do?
Well, I mean, Google Planner is just where you have your calendar now. That is what Google Planner is. Okay, now some people put their plans for the year on those apps. Okay? So somebody must have planned that I am buying property this year. So how do you find it? See, purchasing a home is written there. So anybody who uses maybe a goal-setting app where he has set a goal that this year is buying a property, you see it, purchasing a home. And how many are they? 32 million. Open it, always open it and see. This one says recently purchased, which means 6.1 million persons purchased a home recently. Then, purchasing a home soon, 27 million. So, you just select that one. And these three together is enough to run ad. So, no need of... The truth is, when it comes to YouTube ad aspect of Google ad, there is no really need to do much. Just select people that has the objective you are looking for. Okay? And they are there for you. You are good to go. So when I keep preaching the sermon that spend the money, you get the result. I've told you already now, I use $20 per day. So now let's even do the calculation.
Like, what is the highest? The minimum days, you must be 30 days, must be...
Like I said, I prefer you use 30 days. So that is 20 times.
That's 20 times.
That is 20 times 30.
If you put strong 3 days, what happens?
If your account is new, you won't get result. Yeah.
You've never done it before.
Yeah.
That's just like 100 times. What's the current rate?
Just say 1,700. I think it's 1,757. 1,750.
1,020,000.
Small money. Small money.
Lock.
He's doing.
Some of you that are calling me, Mr. Chris, how is this person getting result? Mr. Chris, how is this person getting result? This is how they get the result.
But if you are making sales, it's not a problem.
Exactly. This is how the results come.
Somebody like
Someone is just growing so hard.
yes.
What's their price?
This is an ad.
I know, because some clients, some prospects may want to check,
Remember, when you are running this ad, right? This ad is going to your website. Okay? When they click on this ad, it's taking them to your website. It's not taking them to your YouTube channel. So that's what you just need to note.
So they don't get to see your YouTube channel at all. You won't get subscribers at all from this.
No, there's ad for getting subscribers, not this.
Cheaper or...
It's cheaper. If you don't want to use website, there's actually the one you run and it takes you to, takes them to your channel. But the website own is still better. Uh-huh.
Because it's your own domain.
Yeah.
Especially Nigerian podcast, very boring.
Are we together?
Yes, we're together.
You done the show?
Money be the cocoa, we are together.
It's the money. That's just the money.
Okay, still on demographics. Any interest? In market. Still on in markets. That's what we've been treating. Okay, now all right, so we have the in market, which is where we looked at earlier. Then after in market, there are other things you can, depend on what you are selling, everything you are selling, people who are currently searching for such are available. So you will get them. You are selling clothes, automobile, children products, business services, consumer electronics, education, anything you are looking for is there. Now, but the thing is, All of these things you are targeting, commercial property, residential property, purchasing a home soon, these things should also form the copy on your website or landing page, because that is what is going to form or how Google is going to score you, whether that website is relevant. When we're talking about the, this thing score, a quality score, this is what will improve your quality score. Don't just pick anything you are picking here, put it aside. When writing your copy, okay, let's continue. I will show you on ChatGPT. So you also tell ChatGPT. These are the keywords or targeting options that I use. Create the ad copy for my website page or my landing page to be relevant to these keywords. Then ChatGPT will help you structure it so those words will be infused into that copy. Are we together? Okay. So this is there anything I still want to do here? Okay, we also have demographics. Demographics, you want to target parents, people who are married, people, homeowners, employment. Now you can target people by any of these options. So, and if you're targeting parents, you are targeting parents who have children between 0 to 1 year, 1 year to 3 years, 4 years to 5 years, and so on and so forth. Remember, your copy must also be talking directly to parents if you are focusing on parents. I will not advise you to combine these three with parents because there's no way you are going to write out your ad copy that would appeal to it this way. So this is the first option I just showed you is the in-market option. So if you just want to use in-market, focus on in-market. And okay, one of them is not even in-market. One of them is live events, which is the purchasing a home soon. It's a live event. Okay, so you can still be able to craft your copy to suit. But combining in-market, live events, parents, work, everything together, because you feel that the more I target, the more it doesn't work that way. The less you target, the more you get. That is how it works. So don't go and be combining things that are not in one category together. Okay? Now, remember, the same way you are supposed to run ad on Facebook and Instagram is the same way you are supposed to run ad on Google and YouTube. What do I mean? Multiple ad sets, multiple ad that I taught you yesterday. That's the principle that also works here. So one of the ad sets would focus on in-market. The next ad set can focus on something different. The next ad set can focus on something different, just like that. And that is why... Okay.
I want to ask, if you're running multiple ad sets like that, are you going to have different websites?
Not different website. You can see that the website, each property has different page.
Okay.
So property 1 is going for those with in-market. Property 2 is going for those with live events. Property 3 is going for those with who are parents. Just like that.
Then the money you pay, does it cover all of
Yes, the money you pay covers all of them.
Okay.
Yes. On our way to money. Okay. So is it clear, please? So also 2 to 3 ad sets is what is the ideal thing to use on a Google ad or YouTube ad, as the case may be. So browse. So these are people. Another targeting option that I also enjoy using is banking and finance. When you scroll down, you will see avid investors. Who are avid investors? Avid investors, people who actively invest their money, follow financial market, and regularly read financial or business news. So those are quality people. Aboki not they read business news. And you hardly get such Aboki or all those kind of stuff on Google ad. You won't find them. Okay? So I need quality lead. I need quality lead. Ngwa. So, are we together? All right. So you have avid investors. You want to reach politicians? You see them here. Now, one more thing to show you before I wrap up this section. Travels. Right? Please, one household. Are they still sleeping? All right, please, let everybody stand up, please. I know today is Saturday. But please, don't forget, this is the day you go home late. Which one? This one. And that is why you need to close late, so that before you would have closed. I know. When they stop walking, the traffic clears. That's how it is. So it's better you go late than sit in traffic. That's the ideal thing. No, go late. Immediately they close work. They close work around 6, 7. From at most 8 o'clock, that hold up has cleared. At most. I didn't say so. 6 square. No, you can't close by 6. So let me make it clear. You can't close by 6. When your first boot camp? When did we leave here? So you and your house there for backyard. You see, they say, now you're going, but you stay. Search ad. Sometimes I cover display, Google display ad, the one that shows on people's blog. Then you still have automation. You still have, it will be possible. It's actually possible. Yeah, exactly. If you live by 8, yes, it's possible. So,
let's look at what we can cover today.
You're a man now.
Let's look at what we can cover. You want us to leave now?
He didn't say we
I think we should cover all. Let's look at what we can cover, then we now go to Zoom.
You say?
Tomorrow is 6 o'clock.
Let's take it 10.
Okay, let's proceed, please. You can sit down. Thank you. 6, we go. So, there is different. One thing you must know about some of the trainings you attend. Sometimes we are paid to train. Sometimes we are paid to teach. Sometimes we are paid to speak, Now, most of the trainings you attend, especially organized by real estate companies, we are paid to speak. So, we just give you an overview. And you begin to rejoice, yes, I don't learn. And give you some motivational statement quotes. So, but if you really want to learn, right, this is what you just have to pay the sacrifice for. Okay? Okay, so let's proceed, please. So, search. browse. So I've talked about avid investors. I've talked about affinity. I've talked about targeting people who are either parents. You can target people based on their level of education. Please, one house. You can target people. So, education, please, one house. Education. Home ownership status. Are they homeowners or people who are renting? Employment. The size of the companies they work. You can target people by the industry they work. So you want to target people in the health sector. Like, I use this a lot when I target UK, because you have a lot of Nigerian health workers in the UK. Okay? But remember, in all of these, your copy must be speaking to them. So you are not just going to go there to describe your property. Rather, you are going to be talking to them directly. Okay? So, people in the hospitality industry, entertainment, these people that own bar, own clubs, and all of that. So things like that. So these are the construction industry, so you can target people in the technology industry, and you can also target people in the real estate industry, but this is not for you. Manufacturing and stuff like that. So that's for demographics. Affinity, I've talked about avid investors. People, you can target people based on where they go to. People who go on vacation, so those people have money. So you can target people by any of those options. The means of transportation they use to travel. Are they people that use boat, Taxify, and all of that? So there are different targeting options. But just to summarize, which should you really use among these? Okay, so let's just focus on the ones you can likely use. Like we talked about luxury travelers, family vacations. These are people, beach-bound travelers. These are people you could target. You can target business professionals, charity donors, people who frequently attend events, nightlife, club, and all of that, pet lovers. But don't go and target pet lovers, yeah? Because Lagos people, they never eat belly food, they keep pets. So, these are some of the targeting options you can actually work with. So under these, so what I just explained is this is just like your Facebook ad, this section, just like your normal Facebook and Instagram ad, where you are targeting people based on some certain features. All right? So I'm explaining the next targeting now. Okay, sorry, let me give this a name first. I just got targeting. Okay. Okay, so I told you that you could target people that are using specific apps, right? Now, so please take notes. How do you do that? Under the custom section, click on New Segment. When you click on New Segment, give it a name. Let's say, for example, I want to target people that are using specific mobile app, like the banking sector. I can say banking apps. Right? Now I say, what next? Include people with the following interest or behavior. You see, people with any of these interests or purchasing intentions. That is one. People who search for any of these terms on Google. So either one can be used here. Okay? So, but if you want to use the one of apps or website, look at it at the bottom. You can see people who browse types of websites. People who use types of apps. Now I go with website first. So you now need to put in the names of the websites. Okay? Let's say, what are the websites high net worth people would visit? Or let's say I want to use Nigerian Property Center. I go to the website so I can copy the URL. So I copy the URL of the website, right? And I paste it in this place for URL, and it's recorded for me. On average, these are the number of people that normally visit this website, or number of times people visit this website on a weekly basis. So, outside Nigerian Property Center, Property Pro, GG, and the like. But the challenge with this one is that some of them would be realtors. Okay? That is the challenge of these listing websites. Some of them are realtors. So take note of that. But if you are looking at some of the bank websites also, bank, let's say GT Bank. So some people visit this website to go do their online banking. Okay? So if that is what I want, reject. I can just copy the GT website and paste it here. So I remove this. So if I'm going with GT, I will only have to add all the bank websites. Don't join Nigerian Property Center alongside a banking website. So if you are categorizing banking websites, just focus on only banking websites. Okay, so that is for the area of websites. Then, outside website, what else can we use? Now that takes me to apps. So when let me cancel for website and go to apps. So for apps, GT Bank or GT World. Is it GT World? What's the name of the app again? Okay. GT World of Beauty. No. GT Gambia. Okay, this is it. GT World. Okay? So you just pick. Then you type the next bank, maybe Access Bank. Access More, Access Bank Mobile. So I think all of them are part of their apps. I don't know their difference, but they are all part of their apps. This one is actually very essential. These are for business accounts and all of that. So you know that people who go there are also people who have money in their account and all of that. Okay, but let's just focus on this. Let's say I use this. So this is how you target people that are using specific apps on their phone. In the banking sector, any other industry you can think of where there are apps, you just type them. So anybody that have that apps on their phone and they visit YouTube, that period you are running that ad, they will definitely see your ad. Is it clear? Okay. So I've explained this, and I've also explained custom. Now, your data. The aspect of your data, that is where you can actually target people that are watching your video on YouTube, your subscribers, and stuff like that. So, available segments type YouTube, Google Analytics. Let's start with you so we can see customers list. lead segment, website visitors. So if somebody visits your website, you can still target them with a Google ad. If you have an app that people are using, you can target everybody in that app. Lead people that have filled your form before, you can target them through that form they filled before. Your existing customers list, you can upload them here and target them as well. But these ones are not available at this section, so let's use YouTube users. So then I click on continue. Then I'll give it a name. Let's say subscribers. Subscribers. Then the next thing I will need to do is say select channel. So what channel? This is the channel. Let's say this is the. So all people who have either subscribed to this channel, I will see them there. Link YouTube channel, I don't want to really link, but because the ideal thing is to show that you are the owner of the channel, you are supposed to link it to the ad account. So how do you even link? You click on this, and it will ask you to log in into the YouTube account to be sure that you are the owner, and blah, blah, blah. Okay? Okay, so next. Link. That is a link completed. So it's linked now. So I can actually start running targeting people that watch my videos or watch video on that channel. So you can say view any videos, which means anybody that has viewed any video, whether the person is a subscriber or not, provided the person has viewed your video on YouTube, you can target the person. View certain video, which means that specific video you want to target. So anybody that view, maybe you have a particular video, you want to target the people that viewed that video, you can do that here. View, okay, subscribe to the channel. So anybody who have subscribed to the channel, visit the channel. Somebody just stumbled on your channel, he didn't subscribe, he didn't watch any video, he left, you can still retarget the person. Like any video, so anyone that likes any of your video, anyone that share your video, so these are the different options you have there. So this works better for those who have large views and followers, or subscribers, sorry. That is what you need. Those are the people that use this option. Okay? So, questions?
Do you target a YouTube channel that does not belong to you?
There are back door or back way to do it, but the normal door, no. So that's all right, so let's proceed. So I've also explained your data. So your data, what your data mean is that you are the one providing the platform with the data. Okay? So that's what your data mean. Data you already have. Then you can now create what we call lookalike audience. People that look similar to the ones that have been viewing your channel. People that look similar to the people that have subscribed or view your videos, anything you can think of. People that look like your existing customers, just like that. Okay, so that is what this section, lookalike segment, is about. Okay, so question. Let me cancel all of these. Okay, let me just leave one because of the. So if I'm done, I'm done with explaining the audience now. So when I'm done with everything I want to do, but like I said, use one at a time. So if you are focusing on if you already have custom audience you want to use, just use your custom audience. Don't do any other thing. If you have the option of your audience, though you can combine custom audience and your audience. You can combine these two. But, okay, you can even combine a lookalike though. But when it comes to these parts, interest and detailed demography, you have to pick. Okay? So take note of that. So those are the options we have in the targeting. So after you have picked the one you want, you click on Save. So I've picked my audience. Then what next? Use optimized targeting. No, I don't really use optimized targeting. Now it is time. So I have picked my audience. Then what next? Use optimized targeting. No, I don't really use optimized targeting. Use optimized targeting. Now it is time. Use optimized targeting. No, I don't really use optimized targeting. Use optimized targeting. Now it is time. Add set URL. This one is not really necessary. Leave it the way it is. It's not mandatory. Leave it the way it is. Then at this point, I am done with the first ad group. So I can now click on, go to add one. So when you say go to add one, how do you want to run the ad? Single image, because now you can actually use image to also run ad on YouTube. Single video, carousel, how do you want it? So is video you want to use. So let's say, and the video should have been on your channel already. Yes. So now what you need to do is, so the thing is, you can add up to even 5 videos on one ad set. Sorry?
I'm asking, so if you don't have a YouTube channel,
You can run,
an ad.
yeah, on YouTube, yeah.
Really?
Yep. Because you have to upload the video. Where will you upload the video to? It's a YouTube ad. Just like saying you want to run a Facebook ad, you don't have a Facebook page. LinkedIn ad, you must have a LinkedIn page, not profile page. So every platform have their this thing. Okay, so now the video. Add video. That is if the video has not been added to your YouTube channel already, you just maybe want to upload it. Okay? But if that is not what you want, if the video, okay, now but the best option I always prefer is, okay, before we even go there, final URL. Final URL is the page you want them to get to once they click on the ad on your website. So I want them to, because I've seen people make the mistake of putting their home page. The home page should not be your final URL. Now, like this company now that has different properties. So final, let's say this is the property they want to advertise. So I'll click on this and copy the entire URL. That is what I'm going to paste on the final URL. That is how it works. So when they click on the ad, it takes them only to that page where that property is located. Okay? So that's what we mean by final URL. And also take note, your website should also be secured. If your website is not secured, you will not get traffic because Google will not, and one of the things, which means it must have the HTTPS, the S must be there. Okay? So, now time for the YouTube videos. Do I have video on this? So you go to your channel and look for video that you plan to use. View your channel. Okay. There are no short video here though. Okay, I think I've seen a short video. It is. Now, what are the video lengths? Let me even explain that you are supposed to use for the ad. Video lengths to use for the ad is very important as well. For your YouTube channel, like I said, there are different types of ad even on YouTube. The skippable ad and non-skippable ads require different video lengths. Okay? So first thing first, what are the different types of videos or video ad you have on YouTube? We have the in-stream. In-stream, the one you watch that pops up while you are watching a video on YouTube. That is in-stream. And we call it in-stream skippable, which means after I count up to that, how many seconds, you can skip. But that thing, while you are watching that period where it is counting, the person that is advertising is not being charged. It is after it has finished counting, 30 seconds is free. But if the person keep watching after 30 seconds, that is when the advertiser gets charged. Or the person decides to click on the button and it takes the person off to the where you are supposed to take the person to, then you also get charged. So 2 ways you get charged. You get charged when somebody clicks on your link. You get charged when somebody watches your video more than 30 seconds. Are we together? So that's what you need to take note of. Now, the next one is what we call the discovery ad. Still, these are different types of YouTube ad we are mentioning now. The discovery ad. The discovery ad is the one when you search for something, it will show on the home page. So, you see the link. This is what you copy from your YouTube channel. Go to the ad where it's requesting for video, paste it there. That is how you do it. Okay, so have you seen how I added the video? Now, where on YouTube do you want the ad to show, or should it show anywhere on YouTube? Just like on Facebook, we have placements. You also have placements on YouTube. It's not mandatory. You decide whether you want to specify your placement or you want to use the recommended placement. So, take note of that. If you want to add or specify, choose where your video should show, you can choose. But if you don't want to, you can just leave it. That is for that. Then we should. Sometimes I choose, sometimes I don't. Okay, see, after adding the video, right, it's going to ask me which of the option I want to use. Am I going with in-stream? Or am I going with in-feeds? Or am I going with shorts? Okay? So the ad can run both as in-stream. That is if the video qualifies for both. So in-stream and this. Right? So take note of that. Now the next thing is headline. This is where the work is. You use some keywords. Those keywords should be part of the headline. Those keywords for the headline should also be part of the landing page. This is what improves your quality score. What the person searched for is the same thing you have on your headline. It's the same thing that is on your website. So when these three elements align, what the person searched for, your headline, and what is on your website, if these three things can align, your quality score would improve or would go up. And also not just that, and then talking about the speed of your landing page, the responsive nature of your website, all of that. These are the things that will improve your experience. All right? All right, let's end the class for today. Thank you.